Chapter 18. Sam.
These things happen.
Hill had said about the missing money. That was pretty much all he'd said over the phone, but the tight, lethal way he said it made me think there was a little more to it than that. He mentioned something about the money being added to Rose's debt, but didn't give me any figures or timelines before he ended the call. It made me seriously wonder if he was even keeping track of the deals I made for him. I doubted it. I could be working the debt off for the rest of my life, which would likely be shortened by a lot if I kept up my shitty luck. Between Riley and I, we couldn't scrape together enough cash to pay Hill back for the stolen money, not unless Riley skimmed some off the top of Dad's upcoming presidential campaign. But from what it sounded like, there were already some shady dealings there. Something about illegal donations. Good old Dad. Even if Riley could get the money, I doubted Hill wanted me to pay him back that way. Next time Hill was in a talkative mood, I would be sure to ask him. While we were at it, we could have a good heart-to-heart about our favorite Hallmark movies. The worst he could do would be to say no. Actually, the worst he could do would be to kill me. But since I still had a pulse after I'd talked to him, I wasn't going to worry about it until I needed to. What else could I do? In the meantime, I thought about Paige. Everything I would like to do to her. Everything she had done to me. Dream. I sat up in her bed. Humidity rolled from the open doorway of her bathroom, perking up my whole body with Paige's sweet and spicy smell and the image of her naked in the shower. But the light was turned off. She must have gone downstairs. I went across the hallway into my bedroom to the nearest pile of jeans, anxious to see her. I had a feeling the blush that would likely fire up when she saw me would put the morning after I drove my tongue into her to shame. Unless she still felt guilty about blowing me. In which case, I would find a way to convince her that what she did ranked right up there with such religious experiences as bacon and hearing the rev of a once-dead engine under my resurrecting hands. She wanted me, even though she was miles better than me, was older and way more sophisticated, and was loads sexier than any girl I'd ever had. Me. Not my skank of a brother or some boring dude in a suit and tie. Me. And wow, could she give head. That innocent librarian thing she had going on was a genius cover for the naughty streak inside. I found her sitting at the island in the kitchen, sipping a cup of coffee and staring at her phone, which was playing that song by that British singer I always heard everywhere. Her still wet hair hung in loose waves around her face, which was paler than usual, and there were dark circles under her eyes. It was her mouth that caught my eye, though, and not for obvious reasons. She had tightened it into the most determined line I'd ever seen on her, like she had just figured something out or was trying to fight back a puke bubble. "Hungover?" I asked. That blush I'd been waiting for burned her cheeks when she met my gaze. She smiled down at her lap, so innocent and yet so not.
"This is my second pot of coffee, so I'm feeling better,"
she said, nodding.
"Thank you for putting up with me."
No problem. I swept past her to the coffee maker. She must have been awake for a while because there was only a quarter of a pot left.
"And I'm sorry for last night."
Yeah, she'd mentioned that afterward, too. But from the sound of her voice, I couldn't tell if she still felt guilty about it. After I poured myself some coffee, I decided it was time to find out. "You mean you're sorry for falling on my dick with your mouth?" I asked, then turned to see her reaction. Her mouth fell open, then she snapped it closed again and blinked hard. The corners of her lips twitched upward.
"Wow, how very blunt of you."
"I accept your apology, but only if you don't say you're sorry again." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and something lit up those dark eyes I'd never seen before. Appreciation? Something else?
"Agreed."
I smiled into my cup while pouring scalding coffee down my throat, and I didn't even care. She scooted off her stool and drained the last of her coffee.
"There's a fundraiser at the literacy center where I used to volunteer today, and I wondered if you would like to go with me to read with some kids."
I gulped, trying not to flinch while the coffee blistered everything on its way to my stomach. Kids?
Yeah.
She held a hand 3 feet or so over the floor.
You know, those people who are smaller than us?
The teasing tone of her voice and the way she'd cocked her head made me want to run my tongue over every square inch of her. I shifted my weight to ease the stirring in my jeans. Read with them. Why? She gave an exasperated laugh.
To show them how fun reading can be, to get them talking and thinking about books.
She waved a hand at me.
To show them even cool people like to read.
So, I'm cool people now, huh?
Please.
She set her empty mug next to the sink.
You wrote the book on cool. The longish hair, the facial scruff, the leather jacket, the whole bad boy vibe. You were promoted to the Cool People Club a long time ago.
I see, I said. And are you or are you not a member of the club too?
Of course,
she said and threw me a smile over her shoulder that tightened my jeans even more.
I started the club.
Right. My gaze traveled down to those seductively swaying hips while she glided out of the kitchen. So right. Okay, I'll go. How could I not? But while I tossed back my coffee, which hadn't cooled much, my mind buzzed around how I would be able to keep my hands off of her if we spent more time together. But the question that fell out of my mouth when she came back was, bacon? Her laughter brightened her face to a not hungover normal. It brightened the whole fucking house.
I like that you have priorities. Yes, bacon. But I'll take care of it while you go put a shirt on and get ready.
I crossed my arms and screwed up my mouth into my best skeptical face.
Go. You can trust me with your bacon, baby.
Train you, I did, I said in a Yoda voice and left the kitchen with more of her laughter trailing behind me. Best sound ever. If humanity ever needed saving, we should play her laugh on repeat. That and old Metallica. Dressed and properly baconated, we sat in my car at a red light while Paige weaved her fingers through her hair. It still hadn't dried, and her spicy candy smell filled the tight confines of the car with every absent-minded stroke she gave it. I was swimming in Paige and loving every second of it. All the muscles in my body were wound up so tight, ready and so willing to pull her into my lap and ravage her, but I kept my hands locked at 10 and 2. Eyes on the road, soldier, my dad always used to tell me, pretty much the only solid advice he'd ever given me. Paige looked out her window lost in thought while Saturday morning traffic crept along. Silence didn't usually bother me. In fact, I often preferred it after only 1 cup of coffee. But with Paige, I felt like I needed to crawl deeper inside that beautiful brain of hers. When did you volunteer at the literacy center? I asked.
I used to every Saturday when I lived here. I knew it would look good on college applications, and once I started, I couldn't stop.
She shrugged.
Until we moved to Wichita. It has a couple places like it, but I never got around to volunteering again. I miss it.
You were really thinking about college applications when you were 14. It was a statement, not a question, because I could believe it of Paige.
I started when I was 12, not 14. And yes, I was thinking about college. Weren't you?
Not at 12, I said. Even when I was in college, I wasn't thinking about college. I enrolled at Georgetown U my first semester because Dad wanted me to, said it would make an honest man of me. Maybe he should have gone instead. I went to all my classes. Okay, I went to some. Actually, I just drove by the buildings when the classes were taking place, thinking all that honesty would filter into my skin through the open window. Imagine my surprise when it didn't? Paige nodded.
I'm pretty sure my parents started planning my future while I was in the womb, and they started talking to me about how important a career was when I was old enough to form sentences. They expected success of me with everything I did.
Her mouth formed a thin, tight line before she said,
Still do.
Of course they did. Anyone could see the intelligence in those dark eyes. Did you ever think about not going to college? Even for just a second? She slid me a look like I had an overdue library book. Man, she had mastered that expression.
No.
Because college was predictable, no doubt. Safe. So where did this wild side to Paige live? The one whose nails scraped my scalp so she could fuck my face, and who snuck into my room in the middle of the night for a drunken BJ? She was dirty underneath her perfect exterior, maybe as dirty as me. And wouldn't it be fun to see just how dirty and wild she could get?
Did you ever think about not going to college?
All the time.
No offense, but you don't look like a political science student.
Does it count that I'm related to a political science graduate?
You don't look much like Riley, either.
She rested her cheek against the seat back, her tired gaze aimed at me. What do I look like, then?
Young, maybe a little bit like a lost soul.
She swallowed.
Dangerous?
I stared hard at the road, a strange kind of disappointment sinking into my gut. She had no idea how dangerous I was with all my extracurricular activities. We lived on two sides of the law. If I allowed myself to be with her, to explore this thing we had going, one of us would get burned, and fuck all if I would let it be her. But here I was, inhaling Paige's smell like the powdered drugs I sold while driving to a literacy center to read to children. Jesus, she had me by the balls. Paige lifted her head to look out the passenger window, so I took full advantage of the view. Her ponytail had flipped over her shoulder to trace along her slender golden neck and fell between her tits. She was too gorgeous, too good for me. I should probably keep my distance. Being with her was a constant push and pull of my craving for her and the necessity to keep her safe. From me, from Riley, from everyone. But my body practically vibrated with the need to lick and bite and kiss and even smooth the adorable way some of the hair stuck out from her ponytail where she'd rested her head.
This is it.
She pointed to a small brick building on the right with weathered window shutters and a faded rainbow arching over the front door. I flipped on my turn signal and pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. I can hear the money rolling in already from the large crowd here. Lucky I found a parking space.
It's still early, but they'll be here,
she said and shot me a grin.
Stop trying to get out of coming.
I'm not trying to get out of anything. Actually, I was trying to get into something, and not just her pants either. I wished I knew what was going on inside that pretty head of hers. But right then, if I had to guess, I'd say she was itching to get inside from the dreamy smile on her face. You love this place, huh?
Just...
She shook her head with a look of what had to be wonder in her eyes as she gazed at the crumbling building.
Wait until you see it.
The excitement radiating from her lit up the whole car, but it faded some when her gaze flicked to my mouth. Accidentally? Didn't matter. Because a flush crept up her neck and her chest heaved against her thin t-shirt. I could guess at what she was thinking because I was thinking the very same thing. She ran a quick tongue over her upper lip. I followed the movement in slow motion while replays of her mouth on my dick fisted my hands at my sides. An almost audible hum buzzed the air between us, even when she broke my gaze and looked down at the folded hands in her lap. She had to know it was wrong to want me, but to ignore this, whatever this was, between us was probably just as hard for her. Because she had to feel it too, that everything was right. And even though I knew I shouldn't have her, even though I'd proved I couldn't control myself around her, I would walk into any building on the planet and see whatever she wanted me to see. Hear that? It's the sound of a pussy whip. Well, I said, my voice strained from the effort to keep from touching her. What are we waiting for? She got out of the car, and I let loose a growly kind of groan while I watched her curves move against her clothes. I slammed my car door a little too hard in my rush to see more of that in person. She threw me a stink eye over her shoulder.
Did anyone ever tell you you're excessively loud sometimes?
Oh. Was this what sexual frustration looked like on Paige? All fiery and hot? I gave her a slow smile as I sauntered up behind her, then blew a soft breath up her neck. Even in the thick humidity, she shivered. Her irritated spark vanished with a gasp. The urge to kiss the trail of goosebumps I'd left behind tripled my pulse. But when I leaned in, my arm bumped hers, and a series of explosions went off at the skin-to-skin contact. As I reached for the doorknob, I murmured, "Did anyone ever tell you that your nipples are showing through your t-shirt?" She spun around to face me. With my hand on the knob behind her, our bodies stood inches apart. Too many inches.
No, they're not.
She swallowed, but didn't look for herself since her gaze scanned mine for the truth.
Are they?
If she insisted on me looking again, then I sure as hell wouldn't argue. I wandered down her body, taking my time. "No, just wishful thinking," I said without lifting my eyes. Then I pushed open the door behind her, just so I could move against her, feel what covered those nipples rub against my chest, and wrapped an arm around her to lift her inside. As soon as I set her down, she punched me in the gut with the force of a gnat.
I don't need you carrying me into buildings. I'm perfectly capable of going through doors myself,
she whispered. I gave a slow nod, as if I didn't buy it, just to boil that temper of hers even more. I thought I was being a gentleman by opening the door for you.
While staring at my boobs?
A gentleman with a boob fetish. What can I say? I slid my gaze down her body once more to torture myself, and rolled my lips together at the memory of her sweet taste. When Paige crossed her arms over her chest, I chuckled, and she shot me a fierce look. It was so damn fun to see how hard I could crank the dial to turn her on. Before I followed her into the building, I glanced down toward the end of the street and froze. The sign for Best Dressed Donuts, the place Alex had raved about, blinked on and off like a warning. We had taken a different route to get here. I had been distracted by Paige, but this literacy center was a little too close to my other hidden life as Hill's drug whore at the corner of 131st and Chestnut. I quickly closed the door behind me to shut it out. A black woman with multicolored ribbons wound through thick braids appeared from around a corner. When she saw Paige, the woman threw her arms around her.
"I thought I heard voices."
It's so good to see you, Belle,
Paige said, all innocence and smiles.
You haven't changed a bit.
While they played catch-up, I wandered around the small lobby, eyeing the various dragon and stick figure drawings colored in crayon taped to the walls. The building smelled like old paper, which kind of reminded me of school, which made me even more uncomfortable than I already was. I paused next to a side window and peered out, as if I expected a squad of police cars to be parked across the street. But I always wore my hooded sweatshirt when I was selling to cover my face. No one would recognize me. Still, being here, especially with Paige, shifted my breakfast to an abnormally high level up into my stomach. Wild squeals exploded behind me, and a kid's bike fired around the corner at breakneck speed. The drunk driver's shrieks ended in a grunt when the bike hit the wall I stood next to.
"Keisha."
Belle barked.
"Not inside. What did I tell you?"
Turned out the driver likely wasn't a drunk, but a little black girl of about 6 with just a few teeth left and lots of spunk in her eyes behind all her beaded braids. She climbed off the bike and stared at the ground. No, not a bike. A red tricycle. I had seen this girl before. She about ran me over on the corner that one night, too. A swallow stuck in my throat. I clenched my stomach to keep from coughing, puking, anything that would draw attention to myself.
"Sorry, Mama."
"No, you're not."
Belle pinched the bridge of her nose.
"I swear, child."
The girl stared up at me and screwed up her face as if she smelled something disgusting. Every muscle in my body stiffened. What if she recognized me somehow, even without the hood? I wore the same jacket, had on the same shoes. It had been night, sure, but I'd stood underneath a street lamp. Maybe it was another little girl on a tricycle, or maybe she'd been sleepwalking, sleep riding, or maybe I was just some guy staring down at her like a perv. I willed myself to relax. Are you old enough to drive that thing?
That ain't no thing, mister.
Isn't a thing, Keisha.
Belle corrected.
That right there is Susan.
Keisha said, pointing to her tricycle. Good name.
And I'm 6. I'm plenty old. You want my expiration date?
What was she, a high-energy gallon of milk? You're right. 6 is way old.
Oh, my aching back. That's what Mama always says, and she's old too.
Thanks, Keisha.
Belle said with a sigh.
You going to read Dr. Seuss with me or what, dude?
I glanced back at Paige. She lifted her eyebrows expectantly, an amused smile on her lips. She didn't seem to suspect anything was wrong, though why would she? Keisha didn't recognize me, thank fucking Jesus. Yeah, let's go read some books. Keisha grabbed my hand with the strength of a pro wrestler and dragged me deeper into the building. No joke. I had to jog to keep up with her while the beads in her hair clicked together in her excitement, and she jabbered on about I didn't even know what. We sped past offices toward a large, brightly lit room at the end of a hallway. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined the walls, each of them overflowing with books of all shapes and sizes. Tables and chairs sat in the center of a large worn rug with the letters of the alphabet repeating around the 4 sides. A bowl of punch and a large cake with blue icing that spelled Harcane Literacy Center sat on one of the center tables. As soon as Paige and Belle walked in behind us, I turned just to see Paige's expression. Her eyes closed, her body relaxed, and she inhaled the smell of books as ravenously as if she was reading them. She looked at peace, like she'd just come home, not like she sometimes acted around me, all tense and full of doubt. And almost at once I became jealous of a place, a fucking room, because I wanted to be her home. When she opened her eyes, her blissed-out smile sparkling inside them, she looked at me like I was part of the room. For a split second, I was part of this thing that made her happy. And it didn't fade either, the longer she gazed at me. Even though I was a college dropout and a goddamn drug dealer. She didn't know all of that, but maybe she sensed me. The real me. The kind of man I wanted to be. The kind of man who deserved that smile.
Hey, dude, what's your favorite Dr. Seuss book?
I winked at Paige, then turned toward Keisha. Of all the things I thought I would be asked today, that question somehow didn't make the list. What's your favorite Dr. Seuss book? I countered because I had no idea. Too many years had gone by, or at least it seemed like it, to remember the parts of childhood I didn't care for. She rattled off something about colored fish and cats while making a beeline to one of the bookshelves. I followed. Slowly, since I would never be able to match the speed of a 6-year-old hyped up on books.
Not much has changed on the inside since you last visited us.
Belle told Paige.
But outside, the old neighborhood has crumbled. People moved away, new folks moved in, and not the good kind either. I wish I had the money to pack up everything and move somewhere safer, but at the same time, I don't want to let the scum of the earth defeat this place.
My ears burned at the conversation behind me. I tuned Keisha's rambling out to listen.
But it does so much good.
Does it, though? I've noticed a definite decline in the number of kids who come to read and more scum wandering around outside.
Keisha erupted into a bounce next to me with a,
Snap, snap, snap. I saw a drug deal with some guy who kept snapping the buttons on his jacket.
I froze. My fingers, already wrapped around the dangling snaps from my jacket sleeves, gave a nervous twitch. They clicked together until I silenced them in tight fists. Sweat tracked down my sides when I glanced at Paige and Belle to see if they'd heard. Paige looked at me with sharp eyes. Had she heard? Or had I made the sound before? I turned away in case she realized who I really was. The scum of the earth. Just like Belle had said. Belle swooped down to pick up something unseen from the alphabet rug.
You don't know it was a drug deal, child.
I snuck out with my trike at night, and Mama grounded me for a week after that.
Keisha threw her arms in the air, still facing the bookshelf, a stack of books on the floor beside her.
Snap, 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 onomatopoeia!
My gut churned. What would Paige do if she knew? Would she hear me out so I could explain? Or would she call the police? If she went with option 2, the one thing I didn't think I could stand would be the way she would probably look at me. Disgust, hatred, disappointment, all the things I felt about myself unless I was near her. But to have them mirrored back at me in her big, brown eyes, I wouldn't be able to deal. So, time for a new jacket. Or a dose of Hill's finger slicing to keep me from clicking my jacket's buttons, because I didn't want her to know.
Dude, I found the one true Dr. Seuss book for you and me,
Keisha said, her voice pitching into a squeal. No way, I said, a little surprised at my level tone. Well, bring it here then. Belle chuckled.
Sounds like Leroy has been reading her a little too much Tolkien. I'll leave you 3 to it while I do some last-minute preparations. Holler if she wants to dangle you from the ceiling while reading.
Wait.
Keisha kneeled and bowed her head at the book. Paige laughed behind me, a sure sign she didn't suspect me of anything. Yet. While the 6-year-old who prayed to the book gods for affirmation and a hot, intelligent woman paced the room behind me, I took a readying breath. Slowly, carefully, I slid my jacket from my shoulders with slick hands, hoping and praying to any god who would listen to help me remove it silently. To anyone who might be paying attention, it probably looked like I was moving in extra slow motion. But I didn't trust my nervous fingers. Heart racing, I finally removed it completely, balled it into a wad, and lay it on one of the tables. At the same time I sighed my relief, Keisha gave me a brilliant grin over the book she'd chosen. We ready? I asked.
Yep.
She skipped across the room and sat in a plastic chair that was 5 sizes too big. I settled into one next to her that wasn't even big enough for my left ass cheek, but I decided not to complain. For now, no one knew what I was. I would sit on hot coal if it meant I could keep it that way. The Cat in the Hat, I read from the cover.
An excellent choice,
Paige said from just behind us. When she passed, the breeze she created cooled some of the sweat pouring from my body. I breathed in her sweet and spicy smell and let myself relax. Paige sat in a small chair on the other side of Keisha, but instead of looking like she was about to fall out of it like I probably was, she owned it. She crossed her curvy legs and offered me a small smile. I searched her face for a hint as to what she might be thinking, if she really did know about my nervous clicking fingers and was hiding it. But the longer I looked, the longer she held my gaze, giving me nothing. Soon, it wasn't my nerves heating the room. She had to feel that electrifying attraction charging the room and pulling us closer. It couldn't just be me.
Hello? Stop your drooling, dude, and let's get to reading. I don't have all day.
Keisha opened the book and slid it toward me.
You read a page, then I'll read a page, okay?
I tipped my chin toward Paige. What about her?
I just want to listen. Don't worry about me,
Paige said and crossed her arms over her chest when she realized where my eyes had slipped.
Go, dude,
Keisha ordered. Somehow I dragged my attention to the book in front of me. Paige shook her head in my periphery, and I grinned down at the first page. It was so much fun to wind her up. It turned out that I had read The Cat in the Hat before. Not a bad book. Keisha must have thought so too, because by the end, she'd crawled into my lap and was flipping through it backwards to show me her favorite parts. Again. No doubt the girl would grow up to be just like Paige. Now if only Paige would climb into my lap after she finished a book.
You're coming back to read with me tomorrow, okay?
Keisha grinned up at me, and I knew I was in trouble. How could I resist that smile?
And you're coming the day after that because we have 46 more Dr. Seuss books to read.
Keisha put her arms around my neck and planted a kiss on my cheek.
5:32 in the morning. Got it, dude?
Got it, I said. Satisfied, she leaped off my lap and ran out of the room at full speed. That seemed to be her only speed. I turned to Paige, not completely sure I'd really just agreed to be here at 5:32 in the morning. I expected Paige to have a big grin on her face, like she'd planned the whole thing to see a 6-year-old fall in love with me. But her expression was softer, sadder somehow, while she stared after Keisha. When she caught me looking, she cleared her throat.
You did good.
46 books? I asked. She nodded.
I think she's got it bad for you if she wants to share all of them with you.
Jealous?
Of her reading skills? Yes, I am.
I kicked Keisha's chair out of the way, grabbed a leg of Paige's chair and dragged her closer, so close our lips nearly touched. Her breath hitched. One of her nipples grazed my arm through her t-shirt, a perfect bud hard enough to cut glass. Her gaze slipped to my mouth, and hers fell open so I could feel her gasps on my chin. Voices and laughter, most of which sounded like the after effects of sucking too many helium balloons, drifted from the hallway. Paige stood.
I better go help. I'll send all the girls to you, okay?
Pretty sure they'll find me on their own, I said with a wink. She snorted, then disappeared into the approaching crowd, her dark ponytail swinging. People wandered into the room, mostly stuffy business suit types attached to little kids who pulled them in several different directions at once, but mostly toward the cake. Others, old and young, looked around at the books. I didn't think I'd ever been surrounded by so many literary types in my life. This was Paige's natural environment, though, and she socialized easily with a group of people in the corner. Not like me, who was eyeing the cake with the rest of the sugar addicts. A guy with graying sideburns that matched his suit and pinned-on enthusiasm all over his face walked up to me. Rick Morrissey, friend of my dad's, and all-around asshole. I'd never liked the guy, especially when I'd caught him making out with my mom. That had been weird. Luckily, they hadn't seen me. He had the same cutthroat look in his eyes as a used car salesman, but he dressed better and didn't smell like sweat or breath mints. I would bet half the cake that I wouldn't like him any more today than all those years ago.
Sam Cleary,
he said, slapping my back and shaking my hand simultaneously. I quickly slid my fingers out of his clammy ones. Rick.
what have you been up to? How's your mom and dad? Is Riley here with you?
I wanted to tell him he was blocking my view of Paige, of the cake too, because I'd run out of people skills fast.
Great turnout, huh?
Yeah. Okay. His hyperactivity was starting to rival Keisha's, but was way less cute. He gave a bobble-headed nod and glanced around, but let his gaze linger a little too long on the corner where Paige stood talking. Surely he remembered her since she practically grew up at our house, but there was something in his eyes. Something I didn't like.
Did you come here alone or?
What a strange question. It almost sounded like he was hitting on me, but from the way his body was half turned in Paige's direction, I didn't think so. He was fishing for something, and I would take the bait just to see if he was all worm. I'm here with Paige Sullivan, I said, jutting my chin in her direction. His eyebrows climbed up his forehead.
You're here together? Are you?
Fucking her? He didn't even have to finish the question since an arrogant smirk stretched his mouth. I narrowed in on him with fine, tipped precision. A growled warning linked my mouth to my fists. Am I what? Over his shoulder, Paige turned. The smile that had brightened her face since we came here fell. Her lips and the corners of her eyes pinched themselves into hard lines. The only thing that could rip that smile away, here of all places, had to be Senator Rick, which made me want to murder his fucking face.
Chapter 19. Paige. Seeing Sam and Rick together knotted my insides with 100-pound string. Was Rick here because he knew me and several voters would be? Did my news about Rose only satisfy him for one night? Panic flamed my cheeks hotter. He wanted more. I knew it. From the rage mounting all over Sam's face, Rick likely wasn't telling one of his very few light-hearted war stories. Rick wouldn't confirm everything I told him about Rose. Would he? I flew toward them, then reined in my speed. Both of them were too skilled at reading me like an open book, so I blanked my expression and calmed my erratic breaths. Then I flipped on the smile I reserved for interviews and sidled between them, pushing Sam out of Rick's personal space. The last thing Belle needed was a brawl in the middle of the Literacy Center fundraiser. "Hey guys," I said with a chuckle. "The testosterone levels over here have skyrocketed. Let's take it down a notch to save room for cake, okay?"
We're just catching up.
Rick's arm bumped my shoulder as he clapped Sam on the back. Hard.
Talking about you and everything you've been doing.
Sam's chest tightened against my fingertips, the only thing holding him back, and Rick's obvious innuendo curled my hand into a fist. I caught Sam's intense blue gaze and shook my head, a plea not to take a swing at a senator in a public place, even if he was a worthless piece of shit.
How's Rose doing, Sam? No one's seen her in a while.
Rick's words crawled up the back of my neck on a cockroach's legs. I shivered against the feeling, at the infinitesimal jolt through Sam's jaw at the mention of his sister. A kind of pain that had nothing to do with the yellowed bruise over his eye flickered across his face. A private pain, one I had no right to prod with the sharpest of sticks when I'd spilled the news about Rose to Rick.
She's not in some kind of trouble.
Blood raged through my veins with sickening speed, and I whirled around to face him. What the hell was he doing? His mouth quirked up in a smile aimed directly at me.
Is she?
Without a word, I swiftly took Rick's jacket sleeve and tugged him away. My head hammered with a blur of staring faces as we passed them out into the hallway. But I couldn't let Rick continue to fish for answers about Rose when he had no right to. He already knew. So why rub it in Sam's face? I spun Rick into one of the small side offices and shut the door behind us a little too hard. "Why are you making a spectacle?" My voice sounded low and deadly, a complete stranger's. I had been back in D.C. for just over 3 weeks, and already the city was trying to rot me from the inside out. Rick crossed his arms and leaned casually against the messy desk behind him. His dress shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and his customary tie was missing, as if to better fit in with everyday folks.
You're the one who dragged me out of there, Paige.
"You already know where Rose is," I hissed. "What more do you want? Why are you here?"
I was invited.
His gray gaze slid down to my chest and lingered several beats past uncomfortable.
Same as you.
He was trying to intimidate me, to control the situation, but I wouldn't let him. I'd given him enough control when I handed him my body, and he'd given me back a lifetime of guilt. I tipped up my chin and refused to curl in on myself to hide my curves from his probing stare. "You already have what you want," I said, and lowered my voice when footsteps echoed in the hallway.
What you gave me is good, don't get me wrong.
He lifted his hand from the desk and stared at the film of dust coating his fingertips in disgust.
I need more, though, more evidence.
I glanced at the closed blinds on the window by the door, swallowing my disappointment. Of course he wanted more. It had been naive to think a single piece of information would make him vanish out of my life forever. More information meant more snooping and lies. If I was going to do that and have a real chance at a Library of Congress job, then I was going to have to explain this whole Rick scenario away to Sam somehow. Based on the murderific way he looked at Rick, he likely wouldn't forget all about him by the time I got back. Meaning, I would have to lie to him, the same way I had been lying to everyone, including myself, for the last 7 years.
You can't tell anyone about us, Paige. They won't understand as well as we do.
He'd once said to me. I promise I'd told him. But lies and half-truths couldn't build a solid enough foundation to live the rest of my life on. It would crack and become brittle like the floor on which I stood. Plus, I was so tired of dishonesty.
You know what will happen if I don't get the evidence I need.
Rick said, as if sensing the direction of my thoughts. I snapped my gaze to him. Yes, you made that very clear. His mouth pinched in a sucks-to-be-you sort of way. The long scar along his chin folded in on itself as he nodded smugly, and it was such a weird, grotesque sight my barely functioning stomach turned. It was hard to believe I ever found him remotely attractive. Maybe it would help if you told me exactly what you were looking for so I'm not stumbling around in the dark quite so much.
Rose.
He stated simply. Okay. Was I still drunk? Or was this conversation going around in circles? You already...
She knows.
His regal, arrogant exterior fractured with the slight trembling in his mouth when he spat the word she. He cleared his throat and brushed imaginary lint from his collar, and my gaze sharpened at that rare loss of composure. There was something he wasn't telling me.
She's the one who can ruin the Cleary family, but I need solid evidence, like pictures or proof that she's at drug rehabilitation. Maybe you can visit her.
Pretty sure they don't just let random people by for a visit. It's not a pet store.
Maybe you can go with Sam. You two are together now, so...
He smiled and waved his dusty fingertips at me as if he wanted me to finish that sentence for him. He doesn't know I know where Rose is. He and Riley are very tight-lipped when it comes to her, so I doubt a day trip is going to happen anytime soon.
Are you screwing Sam?
His words reverberated through me like a slap. Fuck you, Rick! He chuckled and pushed himself off the desk.
The offer's always open, honey.
He sidled closer, but I refused to shrink away from him. His two dirty fingertips slid up my bare arm toward my shoulder, and a bitter shudder rolled up the twin dust trails behind them.
Just say the word.
What we did was wrong, I said, voice airy, because I was trying to breathe through the nausea that multiplied under his touch and the too sweet smell of his cologne. The pictures, the sex. It won't ever happen again. Rick's eyes narrowed.
Why does it sound like you're blaming me? You're the one who climbed into my bed.
He leaned in, his fruit punch-infused breath hot on my ear.
Naked.
I'm just as much to blame as you. But you could have said no, that it wasn't right.
And continue to watch you prance around in your short shorts and tight t-shirts? Honey, if you wouldn't have offered when you did, I would have taken it.
Bile climbed up my throat in one swift wave, and I choked it back down. I wrenched myself out of his grip and threw myself at the door, panting, silently pleading for his spoken words to morph into something tangible, something real, something I could use against him.
So you'll get me what I want then?
No, I wanted to shout. The word perched on the tip of my tongue while I stared at the doorknob. Tears blurred it into a useless silver blob, but I hung on to it anyway, allowing the cool metal to strengthen my resolve. I could still turn this all around on him, but I needed more time. Not just to save my internship, but to save me from the burden of guilt I felt about all of my secrets. To save her from the hundreds of mistakes her mom made. It won't happen overnight. My throat, burned with bile and the rest of my tears, made my voice sound like I'd gargled with knives. Give me time to get Sam to tell me about Rose on his own, and then we'll go see her.
Good.
He rubbed his hands together, the sound filling my head with images of flies with papery wings and scars on their chins.
And remember, we're looking for physical proof, anything incriminating.
Not just incriminating against the Clearys? I narrowed my eyes over my shoulder. He cleared his throat.
You can look at it however you want to, Paige. Just get me something. I'll give you 2 weeks.
Fine. 2 weeks? That likely wouldn't be enough time, but I needed out of here. I turned the knob and shot straight into a muscled wall with a scowl etched into his face a mile deep. I tensed, not from the ungraceful rebound, but from the immediate angry charge that emanated off Sam. From the thick forearms crossed over his chest and the twin blue eye bullets zeroed in on Rick, it was hard to tell one way or the other if he'd heard anything over the excited voices carrying down the hallway. Rick sauntered up behind me, and everything that had just transpired in this room, the truths that had been laid bare, shook an uncontrollable tremble through me with him coming closer. Sam's cold gaze flicked to me, then back to Rick.
Thanks for keeping me up to date, Paige. I'll be in touch.
His voice dripped with a political version of innocence, which didn't sound innocent at all. He sidestepped around me in the doorway to face off with Sam.
It was good to see you, Sam, but I'm afraid I can't stay to catch up with you.
When he angled himself between Sam and the doorframe, he chest-bumped Sam's shoulder, then clapped his hand there as if to make it look like an accident. Sam's arms dropped to his sides, his hands squeezed into fists, body ready to spring until I hissed out a garbled warning. Shh! It sounded like I was leaking air from the lady balls Charlotte had said I had, but I really didn't have any. Rick hiked his dress shirt sleeve farther up his forearm, a cocky grin plastered to his face.
Tell your mom I said hello, Sam.
Then he walked out, leaving me to deflate in silence. Chapter 20. Paige. Almost 2 weeks later, I sat in the Library of Congress cloakroom smelling my hair, looking at a picture of an empty store, listening in to Charlotte and Nicole's conversation while Adele's Hello played from my phone, and shoving a chocolate eclair into my mouth. The eclair was for research. Also, I needed to remember to put multitasking ninja on my resume.
You could do a crowdfunding campaign,
Nicole said from her seat on the floor next to me. She leaned against the wall of lockers behind us and hugged her knees to her chest with hands that were only marked with 2 numbers each, 11 and 34. The rest had been scrubbed off, and I still had no idea what any of them meant.
Other startup businesses have done it, and some have even done it successfully.
Charlotte sat on a short bench in front of us, one leg sticking straight out.
I just don't know about asking people for money, though. Doesn't that seem weird?
Businesses need capital, I said, handing her back her phone with my non-chocolatey fingers. Sometimes you have to rally people so they realize that, but for an all-night bookstore, I know a few people who would get behind it, myself included.
This would be the perfect place for it, too.
Charlotte sighed wistfully at the picture on her phone. Before the company who had owned it upgraded to a bigger facility, it had been a quirky gift shop with such items as a Ask Me How I Set Feminism Back 50 Years pin and socks covered in cats with laser beam eyes. Nicole had squealed loudly that she owned a pair exactly like them. It was the feminism pin that had really struck a chord with me. My time was up, according to Rick, but I hadn't wormed myself into a trip with Sam to see his sister or revealed any more dirt on the Clearys other than Riley's strange text about an abandoned warehouse meeting. My next set of actions all came down to what I wanted, and depending on my location, that ebbed and flowed. With Sam, things were as easy as his smile. Warm and comfortable, too, mixed with the riotous pleasure that coursed through my body whenever he touched me, looked at me, anything with me. We hadn't been physical since, how would he put it? I fell on his dick with my mouth because it felt like things were building between us. Not a brick wall, but a constant connection to each other's thoughts and moods. Being close to him, whether figuratively or literally, filled me with a warm, happy buzz. But here at the LOC, my clothes and hair infused with the rich scent of ink written centuries ago on musty paper and then bound in leather, the history, the ornate architecture, made it that much harder to resist my childhood dreams. It was like a drug to book junkies, and I was so addicted to it, I no longer cared that smelling myself may not be socially acceptable. And yet, behind all that, in the swatch of hair I had curled around my lips, was the smell of that morning's bacon breakfast. I grinned in spite of myself. At the end of my internship, I would probably need the name of a good cardiologist. Did I want to make my parents proud, even if it meant using the man I could definitely maybe be falling for in order to appease Rick? What if I didn't get chosen for the library job, even if I did Rick's bidding? What if I chose Sam? But he didn't want me when he found out the truth that I was trying to dig up dirt on his family. Could someone like him, so young and fiercely sexy, accept that I had a daughter with Rick? At the literacy center with Keisha, he hadn't clammed up or adopted a fake kind of enthusiasm. He had been his real self, and like most females, Keisha had fallen in love with him in seconds. He wasn't Rick, and for whatever reason, I desperately needed to witness that undeniable truth, even though I already knew it. Deep down, I knew that not all men were the opposite of what they appeared to be, or pigs in disguise. I just needed a little reminder every once in a while. Still, my trust in the opposite sex had a shaky foundation, but somehow Sam knew that. Or could sense it anyway, which was why he never asked me about Rick after what happened at the Literacy Center fundraiser, never forced anything out of me, never shoved past personal. And that made it even harder to ignore him and the way he made me feel. So maybe he could accept her. But could I? Because that was basically what I was doing, or wasn't doing. Having her number and then not calling was like telling her all over again that I didn't want her. But I didn't want her to see it that way since it was the furthest thing from the truth. The truth was, her mom was a coward. The truth was, she was the most important thing. Not Sam, not Rick, not whatever piece of information Rose had that Rick needed. Her. And she was missing from my life. Maybe that was why I'd made Adele's Hello my ringtone, and why I couldn't stop listening to the beautiful, haunting reminder of what I could say to her. The answers to all my problems seemed like they should be so simple, but my gut rolled with a lifetime of doubts. Her lifetime. She'd turned 7 the day before I arrived in D.C.
I don't know.
Charlotte leaned her head back, a deep V etched between her eyebrows, while she massaged her right leg.
Maybe I should finally join this decade and look into the whole crowdfunding thing.
Nicole, who had her eyes closed on the other side of Charlotte, broke out into the Doctor Who theme song, and I was pretty sure it was against the law somewhere if someone didn't immediately join in. Good citizen that I was, I did. And loudly. That earned me a fist bump from Nicole and a quirked lip from Charlotte. I nudged Charlotte's good leg with the toe of my sensible flats. Why don't you call a doctor?
A doctor can't help me open a bookstore.
You're limping.
Nicole opened one eye long enough to glance at Charlotte.
And barking.
I'm sorry, Nick.
Charlotte said, and slid the combat boot on her good leg next to Nicole's black low-heeled pumps.
I'd been trying to get the mold out of that book for days, and then you swept in and took care of it within 5 minutes. My devil horn sprouted, and I'm sorry, Poison Ivy.
Nicole lifted her glossy red hair from the back of her neck and grinned.
I prefer Mold Whisperer, and you can make it up to me tonight with a strawberry daiquiri.
Done.
With an umbrella.
Nicole added.
And whatever Paige wants.
Whatever I wanted. If only I knew.
I can hear the bacon screaming, you know.
Sam announced from his perch on the kitchen countertop. As always, it was just the two of us. Max Cleary was expected to make his official bid for presidency any day now, and Riley worked relentlessly to help make that happen. And as always, I didn't mind his absence one bit. I snorted on a laugh from my stance in front of the stove. If you're hearing bacon screaming, then we need to take a trip to a special place after dinner.
Bacon Anonymous or the Bacon XXX movie theater? Because I've been to both.
I shook my head and fluffed the rice with a fork. Child.
So does that make you my babysitter?
The tip of his tongue poked from the corner of his mouth while he skimmed his bare foot up the back of my thigh. I gripped the fork harder as sparks of heat melted through my body. His foot rose to just below my ass, and both his touch and the pressure building inside me pushed me against the stove with a gasp. Something had changed between us these last few weeks. A daring honesty, except about the topics of Rose and Rick, had fused with our suffocating sexual energy. It took a great deal of willpower not to tell him the truth of my consuming need for him, or to tackle him onto the island where he'd destroyed my panties the first time. Willpower and extreme hunger. I was starving. Wherever you plan on taking that foot of yours might result in a trip to the emergency room. I nodded to the stove. I have a pot of boiling gravy up here. Just saying.
You're a terrifying cook,
He said, but removed his foot and hopped down from the counter to saunter closer and whisper in my ear.
Just saying.
A delightful shiver ran down my neck, and I bit my lip on a sigh. He could likely sense my relaxed state around him, and was daring to cross all the lines he hadn't yet, lines I wanted him to cross. Unfortunately, you're not that far from the truth, I said. It's more than a little scary when I try to pretend I'm the Iron Chef.
I'm going to build my own bunker with a solar-powered refrigerator during the zombie apocalypse.
A chuckle tripped out of my mouth at the random direction his thought process took. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? He leaned against the counter, watching as I stirred the gravy.
We're talking about things that scare us, right? I'm scared of running out of bacon.
But you could still run out even with a solar-powered refrigerator. He shook his head.
Not if I build the bunker next to a pig farm.
I laughed at the boyish sparkle in his eyes. You're serious, aren't you?
I'm undead serious,
He said, completely deadpan. I just about dove headfirst into the pan of gravy with bouts of laughter that left my limbs feeling like jelly. He made it so easy to forget that I hadn't seduced him to go see Rose and practice my information-finding skills, and I almost didn't care about the repercussions. Almost. When I regained my composure, or as much as I could have around Sam, I said, God, I needed that. Thank you. He looked at me for a long moment.
You're welcome.
And thank you for letting me stay here?
You're welcome.
He cleared his throat and crossed his arms over his tight, black t-shirt.
No more thank yous or I'm going to have to start charging you rent.
Fair enough. The timer chimed, and with an oven mitt, I checked the bacon-wrapped pork chops. Not quite done, or at least I don't think so. He moved to my side, his body heat warming my skin. His musky leather scent mixed with the sizzling kitchen smells into some kind of divine sensory overload. I turned to him for his response, but discovered his gaze trained on me. He thumbed my chin, parting my lips. His eyes shuddered with a worshipful heat when he leaned in. My breath caught. The erratic knocking in my chest tipped me closer to him so our mouths were inches apart. Desire pooled between my thighs, and I reached a hand for his waist to steady myself.
You've been preoccupied,
He said softly, removing his warm hand from my face. I've been busy, I corrected, trying, and probably failing to make him believe me. He'd likely not forgotten about our run-in with Rick.
You can talk to me, you know, Rose.
He swallowed at the first mention of his sister he'd uttered since I'd arrived, and my heart broke for him.
She said I'm a good listener, so...
I nodded and looked away, not wanting him to read what I already knew. Do you remember when she begged Riley for days to turn on the sprinkler in the backyard so all of us would play tag with her?
Yellowbird tag,
He said with a frown. Yeah. I drifted my hand at his waist up to his chest, flattening my palm against the hard muscle, as if to soak away his pain. Why did she call it that? A muscle in his jaw twitched.
She was always complaining that we would never let her win, that she was always it. So I started wrapping a yellow Band-Aid around her finger. I told her it would give her wings.
A pressure unfurled inside my chest, both pleasant and painful, lightweight and heavy, and wove the beautiful and complicated sum of all those parts into the center of my heart. I didn't quite understand the feeling or where it came from, and I found I didn't really want to. It was enough to just exist, and I would hold it close. I stared up into those shockingly blue eyes. "You're a good person, Sam." My voice came out a whisper through my clamped throat. He chuckled, bitter and dry.
"I let my little sister win at tag. That's all."
"You don't like to talk about—" I started, but an alarm pierced the air in deafening wails. I covered my ears and winced.
"Smoke alarm!"
Sam shouted and pushed the off button on the stove.
"It's the bacon grease."
I elbowed open the kitchen door and waved the smoke outside. Sam found a broom and stabbed the alarm that had every intention of causing permanent hearing damage. This had to be someone's idea of a joke, and I had to admit, it was kind of funny. Was it really bacon grease? Or had we just heated up the kitchen with our combustible attraction? Or had I eaten too many cornballs for breakfast? Even now, my eardrums shaking, I was still breathless and simmering from Sam's touch. Watching the muscles in his shoulders and arms flex while he tried to smash the alarm with the broom handle wasn't helping me calm down any either. Neither was the focused set of his jaw, his hair falling across his forehead, or his angry glare. The man had passion for every single thing he did. The alarm ended as abruptly as it began, and the silence somehow seemed just as loud. I let the tension from the noise whoosh from my lungs, then closed the door behind me. "You killed it?" I asked, glancing at the alarm.
"I think so,"
he said with a sigh. "And that's why you don't put bacon in the oven, huh? Go ahead and say I told you so." I'd been attempting something crazy by introducing Sam to a different part of a pig. But I suppose the smoke alarm was a warning to rethink that strategy. He cocked a smile while his gaze drank me in. I shivered, despite the summer heat I'd let inside washing across my bare skin and the burning in his eyes. "Forgive me?" I asked.
"I can probably be persuaded to forgive you. Yeah."
"We might as well eat the food that almost burned down your house." I stepped toward him to brush my palm across his side on my way toward the stove. "Before the persuading begins."
"And what kind of persuading will you be doing tonight? Do I need to buy more alcohol?"
I gave a one-shouldered shrug. "That depends."
"On?"
He edged up behind me and settled his hands on my hips. "On how well you can pretend you like the pig that almost burned down your house." My senses buzzed with his nearness, even though I didn't hear a sound, and roared full throttle when he dropped his lips to my neck.
"I can pretend, really."
Another kiss, this time below my earlobe.
"Really well."
His breath trailed a path of goosebumps over my skin. I fisted my hands on the stove at the promise in his voice, persuasion. "Come with me," I said again, falling back against his chest.
"Break your promise and stay here."
So tempting. "No." His sigh rolled goosebumps down the skin on my neck.
"What club did you say again?"
I didn't. The Underground Hill. His playful, mischievous demeanor morphed into a tense column of muscle within seconds.
"I'm coming with you." Chapter 21. Sam. The booth seats we squeezed ourselves into smeared sticky, who knew what all over my hands. I rubbed my palms down the legs of my jeans while searching the dark club for Hill. He'd sent me a text hours ago for me to go to my post at 131st and Chestnut at 9:45. It was 9:38 now. Paige leaned into me to shout,
"Interesting place, huh?"
"Yeah," I said. "Great." The strobe lights spun across her face and hair at a dizzying speed. She looked otherworldly. While sitting next to her, I could almost forget where I was. Her gaze aimed down at my bouncing knees.
"Nervous?"
I shook my head and forced myself to chill. No need to start flipping out. I had chosen Paige over Rose and the rest of my family. But how could I not? It had been one maybe 2 months ago, since some girl was kidnapped right outside the door of the underground hill in front of a crowd of clubgoers. Between that and the rumors about the stash of roofies hidden in the back, Paige was definitely not coming here without me. I didn't tell her any of that, though, because her friends were already here somewhere. Maybe Hill managed this place from far, far away, which might have explained why it smelled faintly of cum and piss mixed with sweat pouring from the crammed dance floor. I hoped he wouldn't put in an appearance, spot me, and say anything revealing in front of Paige. The bass of the techno music thumped inside my chest to the same tempo as the colored lights overhead. Paige eyed the dance floor, but I couldn't tell if she'd rather be on it or not. I didn't care if she did, but no way would I join her, especially to the same shitty robotic rhythm over and over, boring as hell. Where was James Hetfield pre-2000s when you needed him? Time to go to the bar and drown this noise out. "Want something to drink?" I yelled.
Water!
She yelled back. I gave her a long, disapproving look just to see her smile, then slid out of the booth, watching where I put my hands. I made my way around the writhing bodies on the dance floor to the other side of the club. A trail of hotties panted after me, but I kept an eye on Paige over my shoulder in case some pervert sat next to her. The red, white, and blue-haired bartender tipped her chin up in my direction. "2 beers!" I shouted. Her eyes widened the longer she stared. Her tongue poked out to wet her lips. Not happening, sugar. She must have seen the rejection in my face because her desperation meter shifted into overdrive. As she turned, her hips swayed a little too much for anyone who wasn't in an earthquake. When she faced me again with 2 sweaty beers, she'd adjusted her cleavage so I could have a free show down the front of her skimpy shirt. She could have been flashing a blind toad for all the good that did. I just wasn't interested. I paid the lady and waded back to Paige, but not before I spotted a familiar bald head bobbing through the back door. Shit. Instead of making sure it really was Hill, I shoved my way to the booth in the dark corner. Time to grab Paige and sneak out before he spotted me. But 2 girls sat opposite Paige, which meant I would have to think of an excuse to tear her away from her friends. Double shit. I slid into the booth next to Paige and shouted, "The bartender said the police are outside."
Really? Why?
She half stood to peer over the back of the booth, then plopped down again.
Are you sure?
That's what she said. "I think we should go." I lifted my eyebrows, hoping she would catch my drift. Me, underage, with my fake ID in my wallet and 2 beers in my hands.
I wanted water.
"They didn't have any," I said with a wink. "But really, we should go." She slid one of the bottles across the tabletop to a girl with chunks of black hair hanging over one side of her head. Both she and the curvy redhead beside her stared open-mouthed at the 2 of us. While they filled their ogling quota for the day, I snagged the other beer. So I guessed we were staying. Maybe Hill wouldn't notice.
Hey, you're underage.
Paige said. Then her gaze dipped down to my guzzling throat. The swirling lights intensified the blush in her cheeks. She wiggled in her seat, and I could guess what she was thinking. But we didn't have time for me to join in on those naughty thoughts. The girl with black hair finally snapped her mouth shut and cocked her head at me.
This must be Sam.
This is Charlotte and Nicole.
Paige said, pointing at the girls.
They're interns with me.
Nice to meet you.
The one called Charlotte reached a tattooed arm across the table to shake my hand. For someone who looked like she could blow away in the wind, she sure had a bone-crushing handshake. You too, I said.
Samwell?
The redhead Nicole asked. Just Sam, I said with a wary look toward Paige. She grinned and lifted my beer to her mouth. When she finished her long drink, she licked the droplets from the rim and rolled her lips together. My dick instantly responded. I forced back a groan at the torture of sitting next to her. Was she doing this on purpose to drive me insane? Because it was working. The girls chit-chatted, but I couldn't focus on much of anything but the roar of need inside my blood and the swell in my jeans. I squirmed uncomfortably in my seat. It wasn't until Nicole peered underneath the table that I snapped out of it. Was she checking out my raging hard-on?
My curiosity was piqued.
She smiled sheepishly.
I needed to see if you have hobbit feet.
No,
He's not a hobbit.
Paige said and patted my shoulder.
His nickname is Sam Ram for some reason, but not even his older brother will tell me why that is.
That's a national secret, I said. I'd tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
I once knew a boy who I swore was a turtle or a dinosaur. I couldn't decide.
Nicole blinked her bright green eyes in my direction.
I'd like to braid your hair.
I looked at Paige for some kind of compass in the redhead's land of crazy, but she just shrugged. Maybe later. Let's blow this joint. We can go to my place or somewhere less dangerous, soul-corrupting, bursting with a man who could rat me out in front of my girl. Charlotte played with the label on the beer bottle in front of her.
Less heroin-ish?
My heart stuttered. I looked at her sharply. What?
Pretty sure I saw 2 girls snorting up in the bathroom.
She shrugged as if it was no big deal.
Maybe that's why the cops are outside.
Paige screwed up her face in disgust.
Okay, yeah, we're leaving.
So soon?
A deep voice asked. I turned to see a man I'd never seen before standing by our table. He had a muscular build and a square jaw that reminded me of Superman. His gaze kept straying to Nicole across from me, whose hair formed a curtain around the severe blush on her face.
William.
Charlotte said, batting purple eyelashes at him. She shared a secret smile with Paige.
Fancy meeting you here. Whatever made you decide to come?
He looked around with barely reserved contempt.
Honestly, this is not really my scene.
Which is why we were just leaving. I tried to scoot out of the booth, but his width blocked me. He didn't seem to notice, though, because his attention had once again landed on Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
She curled in on herself like a roly-poly so that her hair completely covered her face.
Use your talking words, Nicole.
Charlotte hissed.
Charlotte,
Paige began.
why don't you go get Nicole something to drink? Her sore throat must be getting to her.
Money, honey.
Charlotte said to Nicole. Nicole worked a hand loose from the edge of the table and placed it palm up, empty.
I already bought you a strawberry daiquiri with an umbrella.
Charlotte nodded at the empty glass in front of her, then shook her head at the ceiling.
Fine. Scoot.
Nicole rose from the booth, avoiding all eye contact with William, but then tripped on the floor or the air or something. William caught her elbow. When she steadied herself, she finally looked up at him. Paige gripped my thigh, stirring my dick, and leaned forward with an enormous smile on her face to watch them. Was this some kind of matchmaking thing happening here? Charlotte stood from the booth, her smile sliding into twisted pain.
I can go, Charlotte.
Paige announced, frowning at her friend.
I got it.
She held up a hand and hobbled off.
Are you all right?
William asked Nicole.
It's my socks.
Nicole said. William frowned and looked at the socks in question. I did too, out of curiosity. Below her knee-length black skirt she wore stars and cats with laser beams shooting out of their eyes. This redhead was a trip.
I like your socks.
William said with a genuine smile. Paige squeezed my thigh, then took her hand away and sat back, a satisfied grin on her face. My whole body burned for her touch once again, but I settled on entwining our fingers on the seat between us. She looked at me, her mouth opened slightly, her gaze drifting from my eyes to my lips and back again. I traced her fingers with mine while I rubbed a slow circle into her thumb. The turbo charges from the skin-to-skin contact were enough to drive me mad.
Are there police cars outside, William?
Paige asked without breaking my gaze. Her chest heaved with an uneven breath. Something had changed between us, a physical connection that wasn't just about fucking. I saw it in the new way she looked at me, at the way she stroked my fingers back. It was like a promise she intended to keep, but for some reason, I thought the promise was more for her. A promise to herself. Sweet Jesus, she'd spun me about until I made no fucking sense, but I was okay with it. More than okay. Tonight she was laughing again after 2 weeks of, not silence exactly, but not my usual Paige. My Paige. The sound of that inside my head fueled me with enough balls to conquer the whole fucking world. I wanted her to be mine. I wanted that more than anything.
I didn't see any cops.
William said as he and Nicole settled themselves across from us.
Why? Is there trouble?
Maybe they left, I said in an attempt to cover up my lie. But this club isn't the safest. I've heard stories, and apparently there are people snorting up in the bathroom. We should go.
We should.
Paige agreed absently, her gaze flitting down to our clasped hands on the seat.
But Charlotte,
Nicole said.
my drink.
Paige dug in her purse for her phone.
I'll text her.
When her phone's screen lit up her face, she stared at it as if she was a deer caught in headlights. An unhappy deer. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and my guts dropped to my knees. Probably Hill asking where I was. But it wasn't from Hill. Rose's duck face picture smiled from the top of the screen, and underneath it read,
"There is no debt."
Strobe lights circled around the message, carving it out and branding it to the backs of my eyes where it burned and bled. There is no debt. What the fuck did that mean? Paige was saying something and she pushed me out of the booth. But before I could move, two bodies blocked our way.
Leaving so soon?
The familiar voice lifted every hair on my body to high alert. I didn't even have to glance up to know it was Hill. I did anyway to read his intent, or tried to anyway. He hid everything behind that creepy grin in his sunken black eyes, which were aimed at Paige in a way that twisted my stomach. He'd already taken my sister. Fuck if I would let him anywhere near Paige. "We are," I said to redirect his attention. His gaze snaked over to me. Two black marbles that were meant to roll a deadly chill down my back. But this time they didn't. Besides, he was too smart to start something in his own club. He clasped his hands behind his back.
You're not where you're supposed to be.
I leaned against the booth seat and spun my beer bottle in half circles, relaxed despite the rushing blood between my temples. There is no debt. Maybe it was true. If anyone knew for sure, Rose would. "I'm not," I said coolly. He could smash my fingers all he wanted, threaten me, whatever he needed to do to feel that almighty power he craved so much. But he didn't have shit. Not anymore. But I did. I had Paige by my side, her questioning stare scorching the backs of my ears, and that right there changed everything. If I stood a chance with her at making her mine, then I needed to switch lanes. Anything Hill spewed from that pinched mouth of his I could deny. It was his word against mine, and who would Paige believe? A stranger? Or the man who had always been in love with her? Yeah, I loved her. From the second I first saw her. Still, doubt could fester at the back of her beautiful brain, and I didn't want that. All I wanted was a chance. All I wanted was something real with her, to be her home, and that couldn't happen if it was all built on secrets. So, no more. Fuck Dad and Riley's dick pics. They weren't my responsibility. Hill could leak all of that to the press. But if my little sister didn't owe a debt to the man who destroyed her, then she didn't need me to put a yellow Band-Aid around her finger to give her superpowers. She already had them. Hill's eyes narrowed to lethal slits.
I believe we had a deal, son. You know what happens if the deal is broken.
Yeah, I know, I said, pulling Paige out of the booth with me. Fuck the deal.
Chapter 22. Paige. Summer rain punctuated the tense silence between Sam and me on the way home. He clenched the steering wheel hard as if to hold it up while his gaze darted to the rearview mirror. His lead foot careened us around corners nowhere near the route toward home. Sam, a thoughtful, brooding, funny package who snapped at random strangers in dance clubs, was a terrible driver, especially when focused on something other than the wet city streets. What deal could he have had with that guy? And why is it that only females are labeled as moody? Surprisingly, I wasn't. I felt free, more so than I had in a long time, even though I'd blown my chance at a job at the LOC. Rick's naked pictures of me were staying on Janice's desk. After he texted me more threats, I sent him only one. Fuck off. That was me taking back the 50 years of feminism I'd single-handedly lost. Maybe I should make a pin that read "Scratch and Sniff for Feminism" and make it smell like bacon. Finally, we pulled into the empty driveway, and I let out a relieved breath at still being alive when he cut the engine. The patter of raindrops unbunched my shoulders, and I glanced over at him. He rested his head on the back of his seat, staring blankly through the windshield, while the ends of his hair played with the collar of the leather jacket he always wore when he wasn't half naked. His eyelashes fanned quick shadows on his cheeks with every blink, and his stubbled Adam's apple bobbed on a swallow. The man was a god, his very presence filling the car with a dizzying, dangerous mix of leather, musk, and sex appeal.
"You're looking at me,"
he murmured. "Yeah," I said simply. He sighed and turned toward me.
"Why?"
"Because you're a hard book to read. It's like the words on your pages are sometimes written in a language I can't understand." His gaze dipped to my lips and lingered there for several long seconds, each one triggering a tighter and tighter clench to my thighs.
"Maybe someday you will."
"Maybe," I breathed. This thing we had, this chemical attraction, hummed between us while the rain drummed our own private beat. I could sure get used to this, sitting next to him, while he looked at me like a thing to be worshipped. And the need to be worshipped by him rushed an electrical ache through me more powerful than the burst of lightning overhead. A half smile in place, he tipped his head toward the front door and said,
"Ready?"
The next instant, we threw ourselves out of the car and were soaked by the time we made it to the porch. Moonlight slanted through the half-circle window at the top of the door and lit Sam's face in an angelic glow. But something in his eyes flashed dark and dangerous and not angelic at all. I shivered under his probing gaze as he jabbed his key into the lock, and blood rushed in tingling waves to my center. Once inside, I reached for the entryway light switch.
"Leave it,"
he said, voice low, and took a single step toward me. We stood so close our lips almost touched, my whole body magnetized toward him, and I didn't bother to fight against the heat he fueled through my veins since it was a losing battle anyway. I wanted him to feel the thread of trust I'd wrapped around my heart for him when he pressed against me. I wanted him body and soul. My lips feathered against his when I said, "Okay." We shared the same breath, searching in the dark for what the other wanted, or maybe to be absolutely sure. "Okay," I said again and smiled against his lips. "Okay." Encouragement completed. He swept his fingers through my hair toward the nape of my neck and pulled, angling my face toward his, then pushed me against the wall with the force of his body. His mouth captured mine in a searing kiss. The air left my lungs from both the impact and the urgency of his tongue. But I didn't care. I held to both sides of his face to ground myself to some kind of reality, to remind myself that this was really happening, that it was about damn time. Around me, and I happily sank into them to inhale the musky leather from his neck. His pounding heart knocked into my chest, the same tempo as mine, both of them in time to the raging thunderstorm outside, and in time to the blossoming warmth in my chest that grew into a different kind of ecstasy. Slow and steady, I was falling in love with Sam Cleary. I could only hope he felt the same way when he knew the truth about me.
Chapter 23. Sam, determined to never let her go, until something rumbled. Not thunder, but something closer. I pulled back and looked at Paige to see if she'd heard it too. Red colored her cheeks as she lowered her gaze to my chest.
"I'm starving."
"That was your stomach?"
"Yes, Sam."
Her eyebrows bunched together in that adorable way they did when she was irritated with me.
Not all of us are stallions and can match your stamina. I need sustenance.
So, I'm a stallion, huh? I'm trying really hard not to neigh right now. She laughed and squirmed out of my arms toward the edge of the bed.
Let's go.
She grabbed her clothes from the floor and strolled toward the bathroom, her naked beauty and just-fucked hairstyle on full-on, glorious, chub-inducing display. Sunlight filtered through the half-closed blinds in long, glowing stripes that carried sundust across her skin. "Anyone ever tell you you're beautiful?" I asked. She glanced over her shoulder while picking up a drop shirt.
Yes?
I propped my head up on my hands to enjoy the view. "They're liars, all of them." Her eyes narrowed.
Fuck you?
"You're better than beautiful. You're a piece of art out of the minds of the best goddamn artists. You're an inspiration for a fucking religion." I held her gaze so she knew I meant every word. "Perfect." She swallowed, her gaze veering away somewhere far off, and hugged her clothes tighter to her body.
I'm not perfect. Not even close.
Interesting that she chose to home in on that. I wasn't trying to embarrass her or anything, but apparently I get compliment happy after sex with someone I've been in love with more than half my life. So sue me. We all have pasts. Some of ours are more lively. I shrugged. Maybe someday you'll tell me about yours, but in the meantime, I'm placing you on a pedestal where you belong. That faraway look in her eyes vanished with a quick, almost angry squint, like she had to concentrate to get rid of it.
So I'm now on a pedestal, which means I'm the equivalent of a house on stilts during the zombie apocalypse.
I gave her a slow smile she met with one of her own. I fucking loved the sharp turns her mind took.
Surrounded with bubble wrap.
Naked, of course, I said, eyeing some side boob. If you're the equivalent of a house, you have to be naked. It's only fair.
Fine. I'm a naked house.
She laughed.
But what about you?
What about me?
I think it's safe to say you pedestaled your way onto a house on stilts when I saw you in the library.
Oh? I liked this blushing kind of honesty we were doing under the disguise of zombie apocalypse preparedness. And did I pedestal a very naked, very hard house on stilts up next to yours?
I'm pretty sure your house wound up inside my house.
I grinned. Lucky house. A quick smile rolled across her lips, then she fussed with a corner of a sleeve on her shirt. She opened her mouth, shook her head, then tried again.
Apocalypse aside, I've really liked sharing a house with you these last few weeks. And I don't mean that sexually either. I mean, I really, really do. But it's not just that.
She let out a long breath.
I like you and me.
Sweet Jesus, me too. If there was the slightest chance she felt a fraction of the way I felt about her, then I never wanted to do anything to fuck that up. But what if I already had? What if my dissing Hill and the firestorm of messages on my cell had resulted in an explosion outside these perfect hours with Paige? The lies my family hid behind would crumble all around us, and where would that leave Paige? Alone and disgusted with the whole Cleary name, that's where. I got out of bed and strode toward her, tilting her face toward mine so she'd know every word I was about to say was the absolute truth, both heart and soul and everything in between. Stay with me. When she opened her mouth, I plowed on before she could protest. Live with me when you land the job at the Library of Congress. Riley can go fuck himself. Your house and my house, naked, because I like you and me too. She was shaking her head before I finished, but the sudden tears didn't overflow until the end. I didn't know what they meant, but I hated whatever or whoever put them there. Was it Rick? Even if it wasn't, I vowed never to make her cry because it fucking hurt to watch.
I'm not getting the job,
she said, and inhaled sharply as if realizing this for the first time. What did he do? I didn't even have to say Rick's name for the tears to fall harder. I knew the dick had something to do with it. My hands rolled into fists at my sides while I searched her tears for answers. What did he do, Paige?
It's what I did.
She whispered, backing toward the bathroom.
Please just
The door closed behind her, but not before I thought she said.
understand.
I was trying to do just that. Even if she didn't get the job at the library, there were other libraries. She could still be here, with me, unless she was afraid I would change my mind. But whatever she did with Rick, or because of Rick, it wouldn't change how I felt about her. Possible scenarios wandered through my mind, but all of them just pissed me off with what I already suspected. Paige and Rick had at one time been together. Since she hadn't been back in D.C., it would have been before she left, when she was 16 and he was not. Oh my fucking God. Did he rape her? Rage, thick and hot, shook through my limbs. I leaned my head against the closed bathroom door to get control. Eventually, the cool wood and the rush of water from the other side helped calm me down a little. That and the knowledge I would do anything to protect her from him. Maybe he didn't rape her. Maybe he did. But if Paige didn't want to tell me about it right then, I wasn't about to force her. Once I was dressed in my jeans, I headed downstairs while scrolling through the 50 or so messages on my phone. Most were from Riley in all capital letters, words I knew he didn't learn from prep school, and smeared red with anger. The rest were from Hill. But the only one I focused on for more than a second was Rose's.
There is no debt.
It still smelled faintly of dinner and smoke in the kitchen, which made my stomach turn. I knew what I had to do today, but it terrified me. So much so that I didn't immediately register a car door slamming out front. Soon after, the front door burst open. Because I could smell the raging shitstorm before I saw it, I rounded the corner into the entryway with unhurried steps. Please tell me you brought pizza. A fist slammed into my eye. Pain exploded up my skull. I reeled backward into the leather couch in the living room.
How could you, you fucking piece of shit?
Riley shouted. Through the rush of stars streaking past my vision, my gaze caught on the fallen lamp that Paige and I had knocked over during our wild night. I grinned, which probably wasn't the best thing to do in the very red face of my attacking brother. Another hook smashed into my eye, the same one that was almost healed from the last time someone punched me in the face. God damn it. Okay, I get it, I yelled. Blood dribbled from my mouth down my chin to my chest.
No, you fucking don't, you asshole.
Riley bellowed.
I was fired today because you took a giant shit on our family. How could you do that to Mom? To Rose?
He raked his fingers through his hair, his eyes glassy and wide as if he still couldn't believe whatever he raved on about. Though I had a pretty good guess as to what. Hill had leaked some information about Riley, probably to the press, because I'd quit being his dealer whore. Footsteps sounded from the hallway stairs, and soon Paige rounded into the living room. Her mouth fell open as she took in the scene in front of her, Riley vibrating with anger so much that his eyeballs wobbled, me bleeding all over myself, the wide-open door Riley had hurtled himself through.
Riley,
She started, her voice accusing.
what did you do to Sam?
Shit. Now wasn't the greatest time for her to show any interest in me. A glance at Riley proved it. Somehow he'd gone redder and looked like he was about to blow. He turned on Paige.
What did I do? Me?
Oh, that fucking fuck. I charged at him, pushing him up against the living room wall, my forearm pressed against his windpipe, my face inches away from his so he would be sure to understand me. Don't you yell at Paige, you hear me? This is between you and me, got it? He struggled against me, so I pressed harder until some of the color leaked out of his face. It would serve him right if he passed out, but I might have stopped before that happened. Probably not, though.
Sam, stop.
Paige begged and tried to pull me off him.
What has gotten into you two?
Eventually, Riley's body stilled. He gave a faint nod as if he was done having his little tantrum. I immediately released him and pushed him toward the front door. Outside. He dragged in a breath and stumbled onto the porch. I followed and started to close the door behind us when Paige caught my eye. She held her hands out as if for answers and mouthed,
What the hell?
I flicked up a single finger, the international sign for 1 second. Let me deal with the rager on the front lawn. With the door firmly closed, I faced my brother head on. Dirt smudged his polo shirt and khakis as if he'd dragged himself through 1,000 sandboxes to get here. I quit working for Hill, I said. I'm done being blackmailed.
Why?
He asked, voice raspy, yet much calmer, like he'd just swallowed a chainsaw dipped in a humiliating little brother beat down.
How was that your decision to make? My career is over.
I don't know, Riley. Maybe you should have been the drug dealer with guns aimed at your head if you cared about your career so much. Or, here's an idea. You and Dad keep your dicks in your pants for once and don't get blackmailed in the first place.
The press has names, surveillance tapes. All of me, just me. It's all over the goddamn news.
He pulled his phone from his pocket, searched for something on it, and shoved the screen in my face. All I saw was the glare of the bright morning sun. I snatched it away from him and squinted at a message. A message from Hill.
S comes back or Daddy gets it next.
I don't know what you did to Hill to piss him off, but you have to go back.
I had done little more than fuck up nearly everything I did for Hill, and he wanted me back? Was Rose's debt that important to him that it get paid off even when the employee was the opposite of a natural-born drug dealer? Like it had from the very beginning, something seemed off about all this, especially since there was no debt.
Think about Mom, Sam, and all those years she stood by Dad's side. About all the hard work they've done so he could be president of the fucking United States of America.
Riley took steps toward me, his face pained.
Think about Rose.
I shrugged away from his reaching arm. She's why I'm doing this. Not you. Not Dad. Rose.
Then why did you quit?
Because there is no debt. Riley blinked, then looked at me like he didn't know who I was.
Yes, there is.
Rose texted last night and said there isn't.
I went to see her yesterday, told her everything, and she didn't say a goddamn thing about there not being any debt.
Keep your voice down. I ticked my gaze to the front door and then tracked it back across the green grass toward my bare feet. You went to see her?
It just happened. I didn't plan it.
He raked his fingers through his hair and held to the back of his head as if to keep it together. He went to see her, but she texted me. Why not tell Riley? His shoulders slumped as he sighed.
I still don't get why you quit.
I shoved my hands into my pockets and looked around our quiet neighborhood. Birds chirped. A neighbor's garage door opened across the street. Regular, everyday events. That was what I wanted. With Paige. I'm tired of lying, I said. Riley shook his head.
You live in the wrong fucking city to hide behind that excuse.
Then I'll move. Maybe you never noticed, but I'm not like you or Dad or Mom. I don't want the same things. Never did.
That's right. You want to be some low-life loser mechanic guy who no one remembers when you die.
I'm done, Riley, I said, gesturing to his car as a signal I hoped his power-warped mind could understand. Why don't you go cry to Dad like you always do? Maybe read some articles on the internet about how not to be a shitty person. I'll bet some of them have small words even you can understand. Riley's mouth flattened into a thin line and red flooded everything between his temples once again. He stalked toward his car like I'd just stolen his favorite Transformer toy.
You're a selfish prick, Sam. How can you do this to me, your own family, and be completely okay with it?
I followed him, neither agreeing or disagreeing, and shut the door once he climbed inside. I'm not going to say sorry, but I do have something else to say. I started like it was an afterthought, even though it really, really wasn't. I'm fucking Paige. Chapter 24. Sam. And now I was sporting 2 black eyes. Funny, I thought telling Riley about Paige and me would help put his mind at ease that someone was actually looking out for her. Kidding. No, I didn't. But this whole truth-telling thing was getting kind of painful. I sucked in a breath as Paige swabbed rubbing alcohol on the cuts all over my face.
Quit being a baby.
She warned. We were crowded in the downstairs bathroom, me sitting on the sink, her between my legs. The ends of her hair tickled my chest, her nearness distracting me from the sharp stings she inflicted with her steady hand. I could think of a couple things I'd rather be doing right then, but this wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been.
So you're not going to tell me why Riley blew up like that?
He got fired today and started swinging at the first person he saw. I shrugged as if that was both the beginning and the end of the story.
He got fired? Why?
If you turn on the news today, you might see some things that don't put the best slant on my big brother. She threw away the bloodied swab and leaned back to look at me, a question in her eyes. He likes to fuck whores, I said. Her mouth popped open.
Riley?
The one and only.
But
She shook her head.
he was...
A Boy Scout, top of his class, your childhood friend. I took her hand and pulled her closer. I know. Her mouth pinched together with a wince, and a flash of guilt swept through my gut. Maybe I shouldn't have been quite so blunt with her with the whole fucking whores thing.
I don't know who he is anymore. He's a complete stranger, and I hate that.
She said, absently scratching her fingers over my chest.
What happened to him?
Power. I squeezed her hand on my chest and tried to put everything else out of my head for now. Power happened to him. He got a taste of it through Dad, and even more when Dad decided to run for president. I scooted off the countertop to share the same small space as her, which is why I need to go. She looked up at me, her dark eyes concerned.
Where?
To put out some fires. I'll be back before you know it. Go grocery shopping if you want. But please, I said, trailing a finger down the bridge of her glasses to smooth the worried line underneath. Don't forget the bacon. She snorted and shook her head.
You need an intervention. Okay, fine. I'll go do the woman's work while you go do the man stuff, only because I'm starving.
Women's work. I dipped my head for just a taste of my sweet magnet in the soft curve of her neck. It's the grocery store. It's not like you're barefoot and pregnant. Her whole body stiffened. She slid away from me with an empty expression.
I'll go now.
Obviously, I'd struck a nerve to make her shut off like that. I scrubbed a hand down my chin and stared after her as she left the bathroom. Was it because I'd said the P word? I was kidding, I said, following after her. She slung her purse over her arm and fluffed her hair around its strap.
I know.
I didn't know we had a safe word. She screwed up her face at me over her shoulder.
What?
You know, a safe word. A word people use when they want to stop a sexual partner from going too far. I said pregnant and you immediately shut down.
So, I was going too far?
I'm only 20, babe. I winked. I can only take so much of all the delicious things you have to offer. A smirk tilted those sinful lips.
You're a rotten liar.
She didn't know the half of it.
I shut down, as you call it, because I'm hungry.
She continued.
I was unaware we had a safe word as well, but I don't think pregnant should be it.
Okay. Fair enough, I said, striding toward her. So what should our safe word be in case one of us goes too far? She paused by the front door.
Apocalypse?
I chuckled. Well, that would definitely put an end to pretty much everything, I suppose. Apocalypse it is.
Behave yourself today, Sam. No more fighting.
What fun is that? She gave me one last warning look before slipping outside. Then she immediately changed her mind and came back, squeezing and releasing the strap on her purse in quick succession, with a determined lift to her chin.
Pregnant.
She blurted.
I was once. I had the baby, and I put her up for adoption.
Her mouth wavered as if there was more she wanted to say, but she snapped it shut so tight the tendons in her neck strained. A million thoughts flooded my head. Before I could stop it, a single word ground out. Rick. She looked at me for a long time with a haunted look in her eyes I never wanted to see again. Finally, she nodded. A strange noise came from the back of my throat. Did he rape you?
No, I was
She swallowed and started again.
young and stupid.
I blinked down at the few tile squares between us that hours ago we'd fucked on, doing my best to wrap my under-caffeinated bruised head around this. She obviously blamed herself, but it took two to the deed. Rick was a fucking asshole who should have known better. Paige had a baby. With Rick. Did it change anything? She stood still and silent, likely waiting for some kind of reaction. Because it mattered to her. I mattered to her. Otherwise, why would she tell me something so personal when it obviously upset her to talk about it?
There's more.
She whispered, then swallowed hard.
He's been blackmailing me with pictures of our time together in exchange for information about you.
Me? What the fuck?
Your whole family.
She corrected.
Especially Rose, and I told him she's in Pasadena, Maryland at the Drug Rehabilitation Center, and I'm so sorry about all of this.
Her shoulders sagged, dropping her purse to the floor, but she acted like she didn't notice anything else except me and the obvious guilt that weighed heavy on top of her.
When he wanted more info, I told him to fuck off.
Whoa. If the guy wanted dirt on my family, there was certainly a lot more than the location of Rose's drug rehab. Even if we weren't being blackmailed by Hill, there was a chance Rick, and everyone else, could have found out about everything. Not by Paige, but still. On top of being a sex predator, Rick had also blackmailed her. Jesus, did the guy have a decent bone in his sick, perverted head? He's the one who cost you the Library of Congress job? I asked. When she nodded, I had the sudden urge to go all Dexter on his ass, but I kept that need in my tightened fists for another day. The fucker would pay. That was for sure. Blowing out a breath, I stepped toward her and held her tight. She clung to me while I kissed the top of her head. None of this changed a damn thing. Holding her felt like coming home, like we were meant to happen. I pulled away to cup her face and kiss her, pouring whatever she needed from me into her to chase away her heartache. Minutes. Hours. Later, she leaned her head back, her lips swollen, her eyes hooded.
I'm sorry.
I kissed her again, a quick, innocent one, and pushed her cute hipster glasses up her nose. It's okay. She nodded down at her purse and swiped a hand across her cheek, and I hoped she knew I meant it. It was okay. It really didn't change a thing about how I felt, or what needed to happen next.
I'll go get the bacon,
she said and slid me a quick smile. When she closed the door behind her, I leaned my forehead against it while the silence in the house pressed in. She took her natural energy with her every morning. It made the house feel empty, lifeless. I usually left soon after she did on the weekdays, but since it was Saturday, I procrastinated. Yeah, I wanted to see my sister again, but our last visit about 2 months ago had shaken me. Instead of the zombie shell my sister used to be before she'd entered treatment, she'd been angry. Like the kind of angry that possesses your soul and makes you do and say ugly, terrible things. About Mom and Dad, even about me and Riley. The doctor said she was still detoxing and that her irritability was part of the process. Irritability, my ass. My sister had turned into a demon. But soon enough, I parked in the guest section of the sprawling treatment center in Pasadena, Maryland, and got out of the car, my sunglasses once again covering the bruises on my face. The website for this place described it as upscale and private, 2 words that had leaped out at my parents immediately since those were the most important things to them, not what was best for my sister. Maybe today I'd find out for sure that money really could buy happiness, at least for Rose. For her, I hoped so. Tall, spiraled bushes and various flowers lined the parking lot and trailed along a winding sidewalk that led to the front doors. 4 white marble columns flanked the sides of the building and held up a 3rd-story balcony where heads bobbed behind a low iron fence. On either side of the columns, separate wings stretched into the distance, the left for females and the right for males. Air conditioning blasted my face once I entered the glass doors, and I breathed it in deeply. The sharp odor of chemicals burned my nose because some guy was mopping the black and white checked tile in the corner. He swept the mop back and forth over the same spot. I had to wonder if that was some kind of punishment. Probably not, since this was the 21st century. But how much research did his family do on this place before dropping him off for someone else to solve his problem? Maybe I had it all wrong. I hoped I did. But how much did anyone really know about what happened here behind closed doors? Or right out in the open like the man who kept mopping the corner? Worry buried deep inside my gut as I stepped toward the receptionist's desk near the middle of the large room. To say I hated coming here was an understatement, but today, I hated the thought of not coming even more. If Rose had been exorcised since our last visit, I might ask her how many other times Riley had been to see her, and Mom and Dad. I wanted her to know she still had family, that we hadn't forgotten about her, but I had a horrible feeling that maybe some of us had. "I'm here to see Rose Cleary," I said before the receptionist looked up. She was reading a file, or pretending to anyway, and her tight brown curls bounced around her head when she finally met my gaze. Her crinkly dark eyes widened, red flooded her cheeks, and she began pawing random items on her desk in some weird attempt to keep her 50-year-old self in her chair, I guessed. A nervous giggle fell out of her mouth.
"She your girlfriend?"
I fought the urge to roll my eyes, like it was any of her business. "Sister, that's Cleary with a C."
Rose.
She mumbled, nodding, and waved her hands over her computer keyboard, magician style. Jesus H. I'd flustered her to level abracadabra. At this rate, Paige would be home before I'd been given my guest pass, and a white rabbit would be hopping around my feet. Sometimes being me was such a pain in my ass. The woman finally settled her fingertips on the home row and pecked one letter at a time while she spelled my sister's name. Instead of snatching the keyboard away from her, I ground my teeth together in silent agony. No one ever said I was a patient man. I just wanted to get away from the mopping guy in the corner and the sting of cleaning chemicals to see my sister. Now that I was here, I couldn't get to her room fast enough. I shouldn't have waited this long in the first place. I needed to know if she still hated me like the demon inside of her had shouted last time I'd come. I needed to know if she could forgive me. If I could forgive myself. Sorry, not sorry. My little sister, obsessed with birds since day one, had flocked to the Twitterverse/X platform and vague tweeted her quick downward spiral into heroin. Sorry. Not sorry had been her last tweet before her overdose.
"There we go,"
the woman said, curls bouncing.
"And what is your name?"
Sam Cleary.
"Sam."
She clasped her hands in front of her chest and tilted her head, a dreamy smile on her painted lips.
"Such a nice name."
I gave her a nod since I didn't trust myself to open my mouth.
"Do you have some identification on you?"
After I dug around in my wallet for my license, she pursed her lips at my picture.
"Room 161, and here's your guest pass."
She batted her eyelashes, actually batted them.
"Sam."
"Thanks," I croaked and took the pass from her. Then I shot toward the left wing like my life depended on it. The long hallway was nearly empty except for the occasional patient and/or family shuffling past. TVs blared from inside some of the rooms and others were silent. The sharp chemical smell faded some, but it was still there, either in the gleaming checked floor underneath me or ingrained deep inside my nose. Taking a steadying breath, I took off my sunglasses and folded them over the collar of my t-shirt. 159, 160, 161. Outside her door, I raised my fist to knock, but the quiet seeping from under her door unnerved me. Last time I was here, she'd screamed her throat raw and tipped most of the furniture over in an angry, jonesing attempt at escape. Now the silence was almost too extreme for a whisper. Maybe she wouldn't look empty or crazy this time. Maybe she'd look more like my sister. Maybe she wouldn't scare the living shit out of me. I knocked, and it blasted down the quiet hallway like an explosion. A second later, Rose opened the door. She blinked her blue eyes as clear of makeup and drugged-out haze as I'd seen in a long time. Her long blonde hair hung shorter at just past her shoulders, and she looked rounder, healthier, not like death warmed over. She even wore her Donald Duck slippers I used to steal from her just to throw them at her head. Between those and her yoga pants and t-shirt knotted at the side, it was like we were home again. Seeing her seemingly whole and human and sister-like burst a flood of feelings through my chest.
Samram.
She whispered because she must have felt the oppressive quiet too. I cleared my throat. Rose?
What's wrong with your face?
My innate big brotherly skills, only slightly rusty in the 2 months since I'd seen her, kicked in at full throttle with the lamest comeback ever. What's wrong with your face? With a laugh, she threw herself into my arms. I caught her in a bear hug that lifted her off her feet.
I can't believe you're here.
When I set her down again, she drew away and a shadow passed across her eyes. But the next instant, it vanished. She shot out a fist and sucker punched me right in the gut.
Took you long enough.
The sting of her words hurt much worse than the dig of her knuckles. I deserved it too, much worse than she was doling out, especially since I could tell my not coming to visit had affected her. And why hadn't I? Because I was an asshole, that was why. I didn't think I could handle seeing her like that again. It was terrifying. But maybe it had been the same for her too. Yeah, well, I scrubbed a hand over my eyes as if I could rub out the memory. I guess I was hoping you'd grow some muscles because you still hit like a girl.
You want to go?
She thumbed her nose, raised her fists way out, and churned them through the air like we were going to duke it out circa 1933. I chuckled. I'll pass. So, are you going to invite me in, or are you just going to make me stand here all day? She dropped her arms, her smile spreading, and opened the door wider.
Come in, Samram, and stay for a while.
If the hallway was a vacuum of nothingness, her room was the exact opposite. It radiated life and color from the collage of paintings and inspirational quotes hanging on the wall to the messy desk by the open window with yarn piled on top of it. Everything, including my sister, was soaked in sunlight and warmth. And it was such a fucking relief. Minus the yarn, this was how her old bedroom had looked. Sloppy, but with a buzzing energy around it whenever she breathed life into it. That was what had been missing last time I was here. Life. It had been slipping away from her with every hit of heroin. Now, Rose was back. She seemed to be anyway. She took my wrist and led me to the chair by the desk.
I have to show you something, but promise not to laugh.
Fine, I said with a sigh, but I couldn't hide my grin. Behind the piles of multicolored yarn, she pulled out a rainbow stocking cap thing and folded it over her head.
Ta-da!
A hat?
Not just any hat, dork. I made it. I've been learning to crochet, and I'm actually kind of good at it.
Let me see that. I swiped it off her head, making sure I messed up her hair in the process, and studied the cap. It looked sturdy and well made, but I knew jack about hats. Since when do you crochet?
Since I got here.
She sank down on her bed and pulled on knitted fingerless gloves over her hands.
Oil painting, too. It's therapeutic. It helps keep my mind off things.
My gaze snapped up to meet hers. And how's that going for you? She shrugged and looked down at her duck slippers.
Some days are easier than others. Some days...
I clicked the snap on my jacket to count the seconds until she continued. 8, 9. I cleared my throat. Rose?
Sam?
Don't ever do heroin again. Her chin wobbled as she dug her heel into the blue carpet. You hear me? She nodded once.
I hear you.
I mean everything, Rose. Even what you might think is just an innocent drag on a joint. Don't do any of it.
Okay.
She said, her voice small. Her blue eyes connected with mine for a second, full of questions I knew I'd have to answer sooner or later. I'm done with pot, I said. For good. And I haven't taken a drink for several weeks. Hell, I hadn't even thought about it since that time I got wasted after getting shot at during the delivery to Slim. I stood and rubbed my hands through my hair. If I had known, Rose...
I know.
No, you don't. You wouldn't be here in this place knitting hats if it wasn't for me.
Sam, stop. It's not like you forced it up my nose.
But I might as well have. Memories of that night flooded back to me on a curl of skunkweed smoke. Riley had invited some guy over to our house before we went to the movies, and I knew right away I didn't like him. He'd brought pot, though. While our parents attended a political fundraiser, we lit up in the backyard. Rose, who was just barely 18, came home early, caught us, and demanded to be let in on the fun. "Fuck no," I'd told her. "There's not enough, and you wouldn't like it anyway." As soon as the words left my mouth, her and the new guy, Ben, I thought his name was, were tearing each other's clothes off with their eyes. I didn't like it, thought about ending Ben right there and then, but a car full of girls pulled up in the driveway. Serious doubt raged inside my gut at the thought of leaving her with him. Riley was there, though, lying on the concrete on his stomach and staring into the swimming pool. I didn't realize at the time how high he was. I'd left Rose there, and I shouldn't have. I'd been thinking with my dick instead of using my head to look out for my little sister. By the time I rounded to the back of the house with a train of girls behind me, it was already too late. Rose was hardly able to keep her head up. Her glassy eyes seemed to quiver inside her head while they tried to focus. Later, I'd found out Ben had given her something to make her feel real good. Her first hit of heroin. When I saw her like that, wasted, my little sister already so far gone because of my stupidity, I lost it. I couldn't even explain what I did because I didn't remember. I broke Ben into little pieces just like he broke Rose's plans to change the world. She was going to do something that actually mattered with her life, not like Riley or me. The next thing I remembered were a bunch of cops pinning me face first to the sidewalk. I had no idea who called them, still don't, but there was blood everywhere. I later found out I'd busted Ben's nose and 2 of his ribs. That was nowhere near the damage done to Rose, though. That first hit addicted her. All she could think about was getting the next and the next until she found Hill. Or Hill found her. Rose's light touch interrupted the memory. I let her pull me down next to her on the bed, gladly trading this reality for that nightmarish one.
I've been reading a lot of business books from the library we have here, and that's what I want to do. Start my own business.
With hats?
For starters.
She winced down at a loose thread on her fingerless gloves.
I saw the news. How's Riley taking it?
How do you think? She waved at the bruises on my face.
Did he do this?
The prep's a lot tougher than he looks.
Does he think I leaked it?
You? I shook my head. Why would he? She stood up quickly, the messy flyaway hair on top of her head streaming out behind her like tail feathers, to pace the room, her mouth pushed together in a weird frown. I followed her movements with a narrowed gaze. What are you not telling me? Her reflection stared hard at me from inside the mirror across the room.
How about what you didn't tell me, Sam? About Hill's blackmailing us?
She absently swatted the hair on top of her head in an attempt to smooth it before turning her quick pacing toward me.
You should have told me.
I raised my eyebrows. You mean while you were detoxing? Because you weren't exactly in the listening mood. That pulled her up short. She glared, and a fury that shouldn't exist inside someone like Rose tightened her fists. If I were to be punched in the face by another Cleary, she deserved to be the one to do it. But instead of a physical punch, she gave me the kind that hurt much worse.
You should have come to see me sooner, Sam. Riley did.
Special emphasis on Riley. Not the big brother who led her to believe she was a superhero, but the one who screamed bloody murder whenever she got in his way. Why? Because I was a fucking coward who was too afraid to see what she was going through. All that shame at the back of my throat made it hard to breathe, so I pushed to my feet and stepped toward the open window for some air.
He told me about you working for Hill, and I pretended to know all about it since it was obvious all he cared about was his damn job and Dad winning the presidency. But Sam, no more lies. At one time, yes, I was in debt to Hill, but not anymore. There isn't anything I owe that man.
Her words rang clear, but I struggled to grasp their meaning. If there wasn't any debt, then why did Hill lead me to believe there was for the last 2 months?
Hill has nothing on this family, not even proof of Riley and Dad with prostitutes.
She took a long breath.
Riley ripped half of my little black book from my hands before he left, but I'm the one who leaked a torn page of proof to the press early this morning.
What? I whirled around to face her, my mind reeling to catch up. She picked up another crocheted hat from her dresser, this one with a rainbow-colored stringy fluff on top.
Hill was working on expanding his turf, trying to take over some guy named Slim's neighborhood, and he wanted to expand his trade too. I found more girls, pretty ones, and so many upper-level government people flocked toward us.
Bile climbed up from my stomach, acidic enough to burn the backs of my eyes. I shook my head, refusing to piece together what she was trying to tell me.
I was desperate for more heroin, but I was already in debt to Hill. So we made an agreement.
Her gaze met mine, pained, haunted, yet somehow relieved.
Drugs for sex.
Shut it! I barked, so completely done with this sick confession. Ah! She flinched and squeezed her eyes shut against the tears that flowed down her cheeks anyway. A prostitute. She let Hill reduce her to a prostitute so he could control her by dangling her next fix in front of her while she fucked some random guy for money. My little sister. Oh my fucking God. I fell back on her bed and buried my knuckles into my eyelids to dig all that shit out, but I couldn't unknow it, and it made me sick.
Talk to me, Sam. We need to talk about this.
She begged. No. I flew toward the door and into the hallway, blinded by truth when I'd been living inside a dark lie for so long, while Rose's sobs broke my fucking heart all over again.
Chapter 25. Paige. Monday, the last Monday of my internship. Janice didn't say a word to me, didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge me in any way, because she knew. She had to have known. She'd seen the naked pictures of me that Rick had given her, and was therefore too embarrassed to have anything to do with that wicked girl named Paige. Either that, or she was too busy preparing us for display day on Friday, the final event that marked our completion of our internship. Or maybe she'd seen the pictures and didn't care. Doubtful, but a wannabe LOC librarian could hope. Because despite my inability to throw the youngest Cleary family member under Rick's proverbial bus, no matter what Rose may or may not have on him, I still held on to a sliver of hope that I could land this librarian job. Call me crazy. In fact, please do. It could help soften the blow. Or maybe Janice was caught up in the kerfuffle that had erupted across Capitol Hill this past week, due to several upper and lower echelon political names leaked from an anonymous prostitute's little black book. The media nicknamed her Mademoiselle Goldfinch because of the yellow bird drawn at the top of the pages she'd leaked, and she'd included video surveillance and photos of those named on just one page, including Riley. He hadn't shown his face since his red-faced explosion. But wow. I was beginning to wonder how many people really were who they said they were.
The most important thing,
Janice was saying,
is that you include all of your accomplishments during these last 6 weeks with a smile on your face.
She eyed Charlotte next to me.
It shouldn't be too hard for most of you.
I glanced at Charlotte, who stared vacantly toward the front of the room, her face washed of any color. With a soft nudge under the table, I caught her eye to see if she was still with us. She wore her pain across her face, and in her obvious limp, she didn't even try to hide anymore.
I'll go to the doctor when we're done today.
She'd assured us first thing this morning.
Don't even worry.
Easier said than done. Nicole and I agreed to accompany her. Charlotte's gaze drifted past me toward Nicole on my other side, who dotted an I in her notebook with her SpongeBob pen in a flourish. She'd taken detailed notes throughout Janice's pep talk. Charlotte and I didn't. Maybe that should tell us something about the level of importance this internship meant to us now. Had I already stopped caring since I knew the job would never be mine? Actually, I wanted to take that back. The part about the level of importance this internship meant to us. I wasn't the one who suffered through chronic pain and put off the doctor for as long as possible just to be here. This internship meant more to Charlotte than she let on. And what did that say about me? Did I really want this job? At one time, I would have given up several organs for it. And now, things were different. For one, it seemed everywhere I went played Adele's Hello, as if it were some sort of psychic reminder for what I might begin to say if I called her. It was a start. So was telling Sam about her, and he had wrapped me up in the most loving hug that had burst my heart wide open to the very real possibility that I had already fallen hard for him. For two, there were other libraries, some just as grand and historic as this one.
Let's take a 15-minute break,
Janice said.
If you would like, you may practice your presentations one-on-one with me in my office. The rest of you may practice in front of each other or finish preparing them.
The rest of the interns released a collective exhale for 15 minutes of freedom. The three of us stayed at our table while the other interns stood and stretched. We were all congregated in the house members' room where tables and chairs had already been set up along both sides. Summer afternoon sun poured in through the windows and lit the plush, red carpet with a soft glow. The carved wooden paneling on the walls stretched over our heads into an intricately patterned ceiling that took my breath away. Almost every ceiling at the LOC deserved a round of applause for their ornate designs. They gave me a neck cramp, but it was so worth it. A blush spread between Nicole's freckles.
I don't want to practice in front of you two until Friday.
Fine.
Charlotte leaned back in her chair, wincing.
I'm just going to wing mine.
Nicole frowned in disapproval, then turned her gaze on me.
Do you need to practice, Paige? Is yours finished?
It's done. I'd been writing it in my head for the last 6 weeks, right down to the exact wording, until I had it ingrained inside my head. I'd even dreamed about it. For good measure, I'd transcribed it onto paper, but I knew I wouldn't need to look at it again because it came from the heart. So did practicing it with Sam. He had been acting strange since he'd returned from his top-secret man stuff on Saturday, closed off and moody one instant, and in the next, kissing me, touching me, like I was his source of oxygen. And when he looked at me with those baby blue eyes that charged my heart, I felt electrified, plugged in somehow to a different way of seeing the world, one not so heavy with shame. A lighter, better way that fixed a smile on my face when I thought about him, that made me miss him even when we were together. But I wasn't so sure his shifting moods were because this was the last week of my internship and quite possibly our waning time together. Something was eating at him, and I didn't think all of it had to do with his brother either. It probably wasn't the same thing that weighed heavily on the back of my mind. Maybe I'd ruined my own future by refusing to give in to Rick's demands. Or maybe I did exactly what I needed to, hang in limbo for a while so I could allow myself to look over my shoulder into the past. Maybe it was time to realize that because I had the courage to sacrifice my dream job, I had the lady balls to call her. What would she sound like? Was she funny and smart? Did she like to read? Oh, the horror. What if she didn't? But most importantly, would she love me as much as I'd always loved her? My eyes stung at the memory of her kicks and somersaults, of crossing my arms protectively over my swollen belly every night while I slept, of her first red-faced cry. "I'll be back," I said, my voice thick, and stood. Nicole stopped scribbling in her notebook long enough to say,
"We'll make sure we're not here by then."
Charlotte snorted.
I think my sarcasm is running off on you. That's my line.
I walked away quickly, wishing I could scoop them both into my pocket forever. I would miss them. Terribly. And Sam. If I left here, if I left him, I hated to think what it might do to me. Unless I somehow convinced him to come to Wichita and meet her, and stay there. With me.
Paige?
So lost in my own thoughts, it seemed to take forever for me to turn around and register who was speaking. Janice stood outside the house members' room, her entire face made up of thin, straight lines and a hard glint inside her eyes.
May I see you in my office?
Chapter 26. Sam? Friday, 1 p.m. Abandoned warehouse. Don't be late. Hill's text had arrived a long 2 days after my shriveled dick apology. My fake shriveled dick apology. I had to let him think he still held all the power, that I had no idea it was Rose who had leaked the information about Riley, that he could still ruin Dad's career if I slipped up one more time. And I wouldn't. I knocked on Tony's apartment door. It opened a crack, enough to let out an orange cat. He blinked green eyes up at me and then sideswiped my leg in greeting on its way to the elevator. "You supposed to be out, Major?" I called. He swished his tail, a signal for me to mind my own business. Okay then. Tony appeared in the doorway with a wet spot on his yellow t-shirt that read 31 flavors over a cat head licking its paw. He had bags under his eyes and his massive shoulders sagged. Dude looked like shit.
I make a small change to that cat's obstacle course, and he pukes on me.
"That'll teach you," I said and pushed past him into his apartment. In case it wasn't crystal clear, the guy had a thing for cats, Major in particular. After 8th grade at the same school, Tony had moved to South Carolina just before his parents died in a car accident. With no living relatives and because of the horror stories he'd heard, he tried to make it on the streets instead of going to foster care. He skimmed over some of the details of what he'd gone through, but basically he and the then homeless, but just as feisty, Cat Major helped each other survive. Now, back in D.C., Tony made a living filming all of Major's tricks and posting them on YouTube for his 300,000 subscribers. Genius idea for a cat man. And after one look at him and hearing his story about his love for all things pussy-related, the ladies practically beat down his door. Usually one lay sprawled somewhere between the hundreds of cat toys and carpeted ramps mazing through the rooms, but not today. Down the hall, the elevator door opened for the cat, and Tony shut his apartment door behind him with a sigh.
I could come with you, give Major a chance to cool that temper of his.
I shook my head. We'd already talked about this. Because I had no idea what Hill's true intentions were, today was all me, and it would end with Hill behind bars for pimping out Rose, for ruining her life, for crawling out of the goddamn pits of hell. Revenge would be short and so sweet. "Stay here so you can roll a doobie for Major." I smiled so he would know I was half joking. Tony reached for the ramp he'd nailed above the front door and grabbed a small black box with a lens attached to it.
Remember how to use this?
"Yep," I said, taking the camera from him.
Remember how expensive it is?
I put it carefully inside my jacket pocket. I even remember the threat that went along with borrowing it. Something about an ass squirrel.
Just hope you don't find out what that involves.
He slapped me on the back and then took something else from the ramp above the door. A gun. I froze. He held it out to me, but I didn't take it. I hoped it wouldn't come to that, but this was Hill I was about to deal with. If anything, I could expect the unexpected with him. Slowly, I reached out to take it, the cold steel icing my fingers.
You know this is a trap, right? I don't know what he's after, but you're about to walk right into it.
I know, man. But why pretend there is a debt when there isn't? Why say he's going to turn my brother and Dad's dick pics over to the press when he doesn't have shit? Why have me be his delivery boy these last 2 months? I need to know. Tony crossed his arms over his chest, wrinkling the shirt's cat paw so it looked like it was giving me the finger.
I get it. Hill's a shit bandit, but what if he hired Sam Cleary for a reason? What if you've been the target all along?
Then I need to know why, I said, and tucked the gun into the back of my jeans. We had gone to the shooting range plenty of times, so I knew how to use it without blowing off one of my own fingers. Look, I'll call you if things get crazy. I'll use a safe word like... I remembered Paige's safe word for when things got too out of control between us, and it sure seemed to fit this situation. Apocalypse.
Fine.
He opened the door for me.
If there's an apocalypse, I'll come running.
Hopefully he wouldn't have to. Never bring a crowbar to a potential gunfight. In the back seat of my Chevy, I still had the crowbar that Hill had used to gouge my knuckles. Not a shovel like he had originally requested all those weeks ago. Sneaky bastard forgot to remind me to bring one, and now I knew why a shovel would come in real handy. A chain-link fence wrapped around the warehouse. Climbing up and over was out of the question, unless I felt like being sliced and diced with the 3-inch-long needles of barbed wire on top. So while kicking up dust and following the thin, curved tracks a horde of snakes had left behind through the dirt, I circled the perimeter to look for a gate. Only there was no gate. Not that I could see. No padlocks. Nothing. Which left me one choice. Dig underneath the fence, with a shovel I didn't have. God damn that fucker Hill. Was he laughing it up somewhere with some of his druggy buddies from the inside of the warehouse? Somehow I didn't think so. The fence was obviously a way to keep people out, but there had to be another way in. Too bad I hated riddles almost as much as prostitution and blackmail. So, I took off my jacket and became an excavator with a crowbar. Luckily, it had rained recently, so underneath the dry topsoil, the earth was damp and cool. I worked quickly, shoveling a hole I hoped wouldn't be the first few feet of my own grave. The sun beat down on the back of my head. Soon my shirt and jeans clung to places they really shouldn't. By the time I showed up to Paige's presentation at 3 o'clock, I would probably look like I took a dive in a swimming pool of dirt, sweat, and my own snapped nerves. What if this didn't work? What if I was walking into something bigger than a trap? And what if I never walked out again? If it meant Hill was behind bars, then it would be worth it. He had pimped Rose out in exchange for her daily fixes, my little sister who could be so much more than a hat knitter with a junkie past. Bile climbed into my throat. I stopped digging to fight it back down. A man like Hill didn't deserve to live, let alone string more innocent girls along until desperation made them strike a deal with the devil. He had to be stopped for good, one way or another, which could destroy any future I might have with Paige. I loved her, much more than I ever thought I did as a kid. But she was part of the reason I was here too. I had to continue to play Hill's games so I could put a stop to them with concrete evidence I could hand to the police, not just the word of a 20-year-old first-semester college dropout. Then I would come clean to her, lay everything on the table. Hope I could be enough. The hole now looked large enough for me to slide underneath the fence, so with the crowbar still in hand, I stomach-planted myself and wormed through. The bottom of the fence snagged my t-shirt and jeans, but I made it under. Dirt caked my front, but I hardly noticed. My gaze locked on the steel door of the warehouse. Get in. Get out. Go see a hot librarian make her presentation. I could do this. The door groaned open easily. I blinked into the dim warehouse. It smelled like rust and wet fur. The hot, stale air rolled that stink across my sweaty skin in slow, nauseating waves. Several broken second-story windows circling the width of the warehouse allowed enough light inside to see about 3 feet in front of me. The lower-story windows were smudged with black paint. That didn't make me feel any better about being here. Neither did allowing the door behind me to close, sealing me in. Darkness pressed into my eyeballs. I toed the ground carefully with my arms outstretched in case I bumped into something or the concrete floor had buckled into a gaping hole. Hey, stranger things have happened. I wasn't about to kill myself by falling down some rabbit hole designed to catch anyone who dared outwit Hill. My ears burned for a hint of sound other than the wind creaking across the ceiling, dirt crunching under my boots, my heart drilling a heavy metal beat into my ribcage. Each footstep echoed loudly between the metal walls. Step, step. Step, step. Or was someone following me? I stopped. Something shuffled to my left, deeper into the warehouse that was buried under shadows. Blood roared between my ears. When I didn't hear anything else, I kept moving along the wall, hoping I would find a light and I would see them before they saw me. Them, or it, or whatever. On the other side of a shelf stacked with long steel beams, I heard voices. 2 men, neither of their voices as slithery as Hill's.
Of July,
one of the men was saying.
Great tits, rockin' ass.
Yeah?
The other man urged. Something told me they weren't talking about me, so they must have not known I was here. Not yet. So did I spring out of the dark at them and announce my presence that way, or whistle a song so they would know I was here? Hill was expecting me, but were they?
But her feet, man.
The first guy started.
What about them?
The other guy asked. At the end of the steel beam shelf, a faint light glowed from around a corner of the building about 15 feet away. I inched forward, pulling the boxy camera from my pocket, and crouched low.
Worse than mine. Some people should just not be allowed to go shoeless. We're talking mangy toenails, cracked skin. It was unbelievable.
This camera was meant for Major's head. The cat hated the sound of Velcro, so it fastened with reusable, much more silent tape. Quietly, I wound the sticky ends around one of the lower columns on the steel shelf so the lens faced the direction of the 2 men. To my left, just inches away, 2 shiny black eyes met mine. I reared back. The camera slipped from my grasp before I'd securely attached it. The shitstorm called my life braked into slow-mo. The steel beams on the shelf above my head shifted. Too much. The top one slanted toward the concrete floor. My brain sent the message to flash my arm out and catch it and the camera, but it seemed to take forever for it to receive that message. My stomach dropped to my knees. Maybe that was where all my sense had gathered. But I caught the beam one-handed before it hit the floor. On my other hand, the sticky end on the camera dangled from the end of a finger.
She'd never heard of a petty?
My whole body shuddered with the effort of holding the heavy beam off the floor and not shouting at the top of my lungs for these men to grow some fucking balls. The gray furry rat with a worm-like tail and black eyes glared down its long nose, then 4 sets of claws scratched over metal while it scurried away. Fucking rat.
I suggested one to her. You know the petty girl who took good care of me before my 6th wedding? And she totally went ballistic. Said I was too picky.
No way.
I grimaced at the weight and slowly lowered one end to the ground, but I couldn't see the other end of it. Even if I did put this end down, it could still have a loud smash-up meeting with the ground. If the conversation that was so many degrees of fascinating didn't end soon, I was going to drop it anyway. Then the camera would fall. Before I could scramble after it, my head would go boom. With one last bit of stored-up energy or desperation or whatever it was, I stretched my muscles to their brink and finally repositioned and secured the camera. Done. Maybe.
The thing is, I'm not picky. I just know what I like, and skanky feet ain't what I like.
Yeah, I feel you. It's like that skinny waitress I poked a while back.
I slowly lowered my arm while pins and needles zapped to the ends of my fingers. With both hands, I lowered the beam to the ground silently, the muscles in my back straining. I held my breath, waiting for something else to go wrong. For now, crisis averted. I switched on the camera and peered through the lens. Seated at a long table under a bright light sat 2 men sorting through stacks and stacks of money. 2 guns lay on top, hopefully forgotten. No wonder Hill had me doing all his dirty work. These 2 sat around gossiping like perverted old ladies the whole time.
Alex?
A new male voice shouted from the same direction I'd already come. I searched the darkness behind me. The 2 men instantly quieted. Footsteps shuffled off to their left, away from the voice. Who else had Hill summoned here? I risked a glance around the shelf to where the 2 men had been sitting. They'd taken their guns with them, but not the money. So they were just going to leave it lying around while someone prowled through the warehouse shouting for Alex. Smart. Real smart. Something was definitely up. I wouldn't find out what by playing catch with steel beams.
Alex.
Closer now. Close enough to hear the guy's panic. I inched out into the open, facing the direction the camera aimed, away from the approaching stranger and toward the money table. The hair on the back of my neck lifted with uneasiness. I fingered the gun hidden by the back of my jacket. Its weight didn't give me jack for courage, but I kept going as quiet as I could anyway. The closer I drew to the table, the more the shadows that were out of reach of the single overhead light bounced, and the harder the blood beat between my ears. Metal walls stretched in both directions from the ends of the table, and from my view, everything around both corners was hidden. Maybe Hill lurked behind one of them. Maybe the two men who had left the money, who may or may not know I was coming, were around the other. This could definitely be an ambush, maybe even the apocalyptic kind. But Tony had already been shot at once. Yeah, I'd lied to him. No way was I drawing my best bud farther into this herpes zoo called blackmail by asking for any more of his help. I drew the gun, the feel of it in my hands drawing my mouth to dessert-like proportions, and pointed it at the ground.
Alex!
The guy yelled, even closer. Backed against the nearest wall, I darted a look around it at the stacks of money on the table. The rusty smell of the warehouse thickened into a copper penny I could taste at the back of my throat. Behind the reaches of the light, shadows jumped. The roof creaked. And it sounded like someone was crying? But I couldn't see anything. One steadying breath. Then two. On three, I swung around the wall my back was to and lifted the gun. A metal wall closed in the space 10 feet in front of me. Almost a dead end if not for the door that led somewhere I hadn't had the pleasure to explore yet.
Please.
The whisper crawled across the metal and concrete from all directions, desperate, pleading. I whirled around, aiming the gun across the table toward an area too crowded with shadows to see anything. My stomach clenched when I drew a little closer. This didn't feel right, at all.
You're not like them.
The voice hidden in the dark in front of me said. A strange, sort of familiar voice.
I can tell.
Quick cracks echoed along the ceiling and shook down the walls with a gust of wind. They matched the speed of the piling doubt in my gut. But I crept closer, close enough to see.
Alex!
The guy screamed again. Alex. The one who'd given me their donut at the corner of 131st and Chestnut now sat bound to a chair near a wall that dead-ended behind her. Bruises and gashes crisscrossed everywhere, over and around leaky eye makeup, underneath the strands of their lopsided blonde wig, and behind the short, reddish beard that had grown from their chin. Not reddish. Red, from blood. It soaked their front. It dripped steadily from a large tear in their jeans, caking the thick, curly hair that grew on their leg from a meaty hole in their flesh. My stomach rolled. My hands shook the gun aimed at her. What happened? What was Alex doing here? I didn't know if I asked the questions aloud. I didn't know if they could hear me over all the confusion in my own head. But I had no trouble hearing her.
I wasn't going to shoot you that day I stole your money.
I blinked hard, fast, my senses sharpened with that thing called understanding. Heavy panting. Footsteps. A metal door creaking open behind me. A gunshot. Not from my gun, even though it was aimed at Alex. Even though they slumped forward in the chair. Not me. It wasn't me. I stumbled backward into a metal chair that screamed. A deranged scream that wouldn't stop. Movement flashed to my right. Slim, the Texan fat guy I delivered rat poison to. He was charging, his gun lifted at eye level. He fired.
Chapter 27. Paige.
A ruler,
Nicole said, kneeling in front of her poster easel next to me. She raked a hand through her glossy red hair so hard, it looked like she pulled out more than a few strands.
I need a ruler, Paige.
You need some meds,
Charlotte muttered. The other interns in the house members' room bustled about with final preparations on either side of us. A couple tables up from Nicole's, Doug pointed and smiled at something on his laptop for Janice to see, but she looked wholly unimpressed. We had half an hour until showtime, and display day officially began.
I would bet you a whole $1 that whoever lands the job doesn't have their posters' corners all lined up with the edges of the table.
Charlotte sat in front of Nicole's table on a stool she'd stolen from one of the janitor closets, her bum leg decked out in a combat boot and stretched to the side. I feared for the poor soul who accidentally bumped it.
Easy for you to say,
Nicole said.
You're high.
Charlotte's grin widened.
As a kite.
And yet she still limped and now walked with a cane. On Monday, the doctor had said she had pulled a muscle and loaded her up with painkillers. On Friday today, I called bullshit and threatened to take away her Starbucks card if she didn't get a second opinion. Here, I said, stooping behind my table next door for my purse. My hands needed something to do besides fidget all over the place, and I didn't want Nicole to yank out any more of her hair. I handed her my phone. Surely there's an app for that. She took it from me with a grateful smile. As soon as she adjusted the corners of her poster into the same exact position it had been before, she clasped her hands in front of her and stared down at her sensible shoes as if in prayer or meditation. Was she sleeping? While she did whatever she had to do to get ready to practice her presentation for us, I bit down hard on my tongue to keep the tears at bay. Janice knew. She'd seen everything and had accused me of tainting these sacred walls with promiscuity and heretic thoughts. She didn't have to say I wouldn't get the library job. I already knew it. A part of me was devastated. Another part, a part that didn't control my tear glands but lifted my chin in times of uncertainty, was relieved. There were other libraries, and I was an extremely capable library science degree with one more semester and an impressive Library of Congress internship on my stack of accomplishments. I would be fine. I would be a librarian. Just not here. Nicole raised her head and leveled her shockingly green eyes at both Charlotte and me. She launched into a summary of her 6 weeks here while gesturing wildly with her hands. Her contagious grin infected us, and other interns nearby, with her natural energy and humor. The girl was gaining a fan club for life with every word she said, and the self-elected president stood several feet away next to the American flag. William, decked out in his black security uniform, watched her, a faint smile touching his mouth. He was always so stoic, but with her in his sights, he seemed to drop some of that seriousness and be a little more him. Little by little, he'd also helped bring Nicole out of her shell. Rumor had it that he had walked her to Charlotte's car that night at the Underground Hill. They were kind of perfect. I hoped for both their sakes they could spend more time together.
And that's why my relationship with Bleach is strictly professional. Go home, Bleach. You're drunk on your own chemicals, and you will ruin a tiny section of a very rare political cartoon about the surrender of Saratoga,
Nicole was saying. Charlotte and I laughed, and I wouldn't be surprised if William had cracked a little more, too.
My 6 weeks here has been filled with triumph and glee, but also a great amount of risk and quite possibly a boatload of stupidity,
Nicole continued.
The week before I received the acceptance letter for this internship, my grandmother, my only living relative, died in a rest home. I made just over minimum wage at the public library where I worked, so I had to dip into most of my savings to cover her funeral costs. I broke my lease in Montana, which forfeited my deposit. I couldn't afford a car to get here, so I sold almost everything I owned for a plane ticket here, and barely enough to cover my first month's rent. The wages I received here went toward the next month's rent, so I didn't have enough money for electricity, furniture, or food for Jimmy the Turtle and me.
Nicole's smile was far away as she stared at a spot over our heads and gestured with her hands.
But I had this.
I blinked. What? But even as I said it, I felt like the biggest idiot alive. Nicole's attachment to her tie-dyed parachute bag wasn't just some shy girl quirk. That and everything inside was all she owned. Charlotte just stared, her eyes glistening.
Why didn't you tell us? We could have helped you.
You did help me,
she said, shrugging, and met Charlotte's gaze with a watery one of her own.
18 and 24.
Huh?
Charlotte took the word right out of my mouth. Nicole held up her fists where she'd scrawled the numbers 18 and 24.
SpongeBob kept track. That's what I owe you for the food and drinks, and I intend to pay you both back right after we get our final check today.
Her cheeks bloomed red when she glanced in William's direction.
Lots of people helped.
But I shook my head, not caring one bit about what she owed us.
You could have asked for more,
Charlotte said.
Says the lady who wouldn't pay for a doctor's visit?
Nicole sighed up at the gorgeous ceiling.
Starving myself for a few weeks was worth following my dream. Besides, how much would you risk to follow your dream of opening the Midnight Library bookstore?
I shook my head, too stunned to do much else. Both of them had risked so much for this internship. And what about me? What risks had I taken? The answer was a painful none. In truth, I had run away. From Wichita, from her, from my parents, from myself, toward a dream I had too easily sabotaged. Because I no longer wanted it, or because I wanted something else.
I've derailed my own presentation. Most of that isn't in there, but let me finish.
Nicole took a breath and closed her eyes as if searching for where she'd left off. Finally, she opened them, a stunning green alive with excitement.
I had this experience, these memories, and only by chasing one's dreams does one truly live.
Maybe she was right. Maybe by telling myself I was chasing my dream, I was really living, exploring a thrilling relationship, facing my past head-on, thinking about a future life I might possibly have with her. Maybe. I would sure like to tell myself that with absolute certainty, but I had no idea who I even was anymore. But I thought I might like to know who I would like to be one day. A lover, a mother, a librarian, not the wicked girl Dad said I was. None of those things seemed out of the realm of possibility. Swallowing hard, I stepped toward Nicole and wrapped her in a tight hug. I'm going to miss you. Her shoulders heaved and she sniffed into my hair. A cane prodded us both in the sides.
The cane is me hugging you,
Charlotte said, her voice breaking. I barked out a wobbly laugh, eyeing William's approach through the fiery strands of Nicole's hair. He'd likely heard every word, though his stony expression didn't give him away.
Most of that wasn't in my presentation, but I'm no expert on friendships, but I thought you both should know.
Of course we should know, I said, releasing her.
Nicole?
She turned at the sound of William's rough voice, swiping at her wet cheeks. When she saw him rounding the corner of her table, her eyes widened and her cheeks flamed.
Yes?
He forced a business card into her hand.
This is the name and number of a guy I know. He sells furniture, and he'll give you a good deal if you decide to stay.
An exchange occurred between them, a lingering electrical one that had nothing to do with the card between their touching palms. She quickly turned her gaze toward her short black heels and smiled.
Thank you.
A sharp clap erupted near the front of the room.
Places, everyone,
Janice called.
We start in 5 minutes.
A flurry of movement waved through the room full of interns, all of their faces pinched with sudden nerves. People were already milling outside the double doors, but I didn't spot a particular sandy brown head among them. Sam said he would be here, though. He was probably just held up in Friday afternoon traffic. I stood behind my table filled with digitized and original Spanish photos and their descriptive translations, ready as I would ever be, taking in the Gothic architecture and rich, musty book smell one last time. After this was done, I could really go for an evening with my good friends, known as Cabernet Sauvignon and Ben & Jerry, to help numb my disappointment. Finally, the crowd drifted inside, and Janice delivered a short welcome speech into a squawking microphone. Then, senators and their wives, state representatives and their children, library staff, and the general public all listened to our presentations, or pretended to anyway. Between congratulatory handshakes and starting my presentation once again for a new group, I lifted onto my tiptoes to search for Sam. Where was he? The hour crawled onward, and I still didn't see him. But I did see Rick. He trolled through the people with a smirk fixed to his mouth and a pretty, blonde, helmet-haired woman attached to his elbow. Oh my God, was that his wife? Unease tapped down my spine. I didn't want to meet her, not now with 15 minutes of presentation time to go. I would look at her all shame-faced as I stuttered through my presentation. But at the same time, I wanted to know what kind of woman could be married to a man like Rick. His gaze caught mine, and a sudden burst of anger rushed through my body. But I refused to give him any more power over me, to let him think he'd won. I schooled my expression into one I hoped was mild boredom. He whispered something to the blonde, who flitted her gaze over me as if I was a speck on the wall before continuing her conversation with another woman. Rick then stalked toward me while he absently unbuttoned his suit jacket.
Having fun?
He asked, his voice like a purr. Always. I clasped my hands in front of me, the picture of poise and unruffled feathers. Shall I begin? He grinned.
Does it really matter?
It matters to me. But maybe not as much as he thought. I launched into my presentation, reciting the names and approximate dates of the people captured in the old photos from the Spanish Civil War, every detail perfect, my voice even, steady eye contact engaged, a flawless victory. At the end, instead of clapping like a normal person, Rick arched an eyebrow and said,
You know your stuff. The Library of Congress could really use you.
He shrugged, leveling me with a knowing smile.
Too bad.
It is too bad, I agreed, nodding. But there are over 100,000 libraries in the U.S. alone. If you're going to ruin my chances at all of them, I suggest you get started. I pointed toward my purse on the floor. I still have the pictures you sent me on my phone in case you deleted yours. I also have surveillance video of you inside Janice's office with an envelope of pictures. That last part was a lie, one plucked and modified from Lisa Montgomery's Dirty Pretty Lies.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure your wife would be very interested to know more about you, I said, glancing over his shoulder. His jaw pulsed.
Watch yourself, Paige. We wouldn't want anyone to overhear us.
Janice's clear voice rang out over the buzzing crowd into a microphone. But my thoughts were so focused on truth, I didn't immediately tune in. Does she know about you and Mademoiselle Goldfinch? I whispered. It had been all over the news, Riley and a slew of others who worked in politics, all on the pages of Mademoiselle Goldfinch's little black book. If I had to guess, Rick's name could be found inside too, written carefully by Rose Cleary, queen of Yellowbird Tag herself. Why else would he be so interested in finding out where she'd been? I hadn't known I was right about any of it, though, until Rick's eyes flashed murderous. Bingo.
6 weeks,
Janice was saying, and it was followed by a crash of applause. Had I missed the announcement? I looked to Nicole next to me, as well as the familiar faces of the other interns dotted among DC's finest, but they all stared toward the front of the room, many of them standing on the balls of their feet in expectation. Charlotte met my gaze across the narrow aisle from her perch on the stool, a question in her dark eyes. But it was like a dam had lifted, and I couldn't have stopped even if I wanted to, which I didn't. I stepped in closer to Rick's ear so he'd be sure to hear me. Does your wife know you have a child? His eyes widened. A mess of emotions played across his face. Confusion, shock, disgust, before it settled on one that shook through his entire face and throbbed a vein in his forehead.
You need to keep quiet.
he growled. Or what? I asked. You'll blackmail me again?
No.
A mad grin crossed his face that blasted a chill up the back of my neck. From inside his suit jacket, he pulled a black book with a yellow bird embossed on the cover.
Worse.
So it is with great honor that I announce the intern who showed the most promise, the most passion, and the most dedication, and who will be offered the coveted position as the new librarian at the Library of Congress.
Janice continued.
Should he or she choose to accept that position.
Rick flipped the book open, thrusting it into my face, and my whole world tilted. Sam Cleary. The handwriting was flowery, so obviously feminine. My gaze tracked down the page from his name, my mouth souring with every word I read. Names of favorite girls, favorite sexual positions, and dates. Dates that were less than 2 weeks ago after I swallowed. After I had given myself to him, mind, body, and heart. Oh my God.
The new addition to the Library of Congress is,
Janice continued. Tucked into the page were date-stamped pictures that showed too much naked skin, and I backed away from all of it. Through the double doors at the back of the room burst 3 police officers, their heads swiveling right and left. They separated throughout the room, their eagle eyes sweeping over every face they passed, their movements tense and swift. The crowd at the back of the room parted for them, but those in the front hung on Janice's next words. Rick cut his gaze to the police and back at me, his nostrils flaring.
Did you tell anyone about us?
I looked at him, calm and cool even though my heart, though cracked and wounded, thrashed between my ears. All my life it had been me squirming under the guilt of having a child with a married man, of ruining my relationship with my parents, of almost believing their wicked label they'd given me, but I was done after this one final lie. I told the police everything.
Chapter 28. Sam. Loud, sharp, then the whole world exploded with pain. My right shoulder was sagging, bringing the rest of me down with it. It was turning colors, bright, bright red. This couldn't be good. I crashed against the table behind me, into the drug money piled high. For all the things money can do, it didn't do shit to catch me or to stop the deafening hum in my ears. My body folded into the concrete, right shoulder first, of fucking course. Pain, so raw and real, darkened the room in a wet red. The smell of blood filled my nose. Not just mine, but Alex's too. Dead. But I wasn't. Not yet. I blinked hard into the growing darkness, trying not to black out, scrambling to get my feet under me because Slim was here. The fucker had shot me. If I didn't pass out, if I could hear anything else besides this high-pitched hum, maybe I could get out. Alive. To Paige. Paige! Her name ripped from my mouth at a whisper. The single-minded focus she gave me surged enough adrenaline to bring me to my feet, to open my eyes to Slim's gun pressed to my forehead. My mouth went dry. Agony gritted my teeth together. The cold steel of Tony's gun weighted my good arm. I didn't want to use it, but I knew I would have to. Sweat poured down Slim's face to his numerous chins. Spit flew from his moving mouth. I could almost hear his shouts, so I tried to match his volume with my own. I didn't kill her. Someone came in the door behind me. Maybe he heard me. Maybe not. I didn't want to stick around and find out while I waited for him to take the next kill shot. I released the safety, pointed, squeezed the trigger. Self-defense. Self-defense. That was what I repeated to myself over and over as I ran past him toward the maze of steel beam shelves. I didn't even know if I hit him. Was that what Hill had wanted us to do? Kill each other so both me and his competition were toast without Hill's skeletal hands doing any of the dirty work? The roof creaked and groaned, its echoes throwing sound around every dark corner. Even if I did shoot Slim, would the rest of Hill's men just let me walk out of here? When I came to the metal door, I heaved it open and threw myself out into the bright sun. The glare burned the inside of my skull, so I closed my eyes and ran in what I hoped was the direction of my car. If they were going to shoot me, might as well do it now while I was blind and half deaf. Tears streaked down my cheeks as I tried to pry open my eyes, blurring everything into watercolor soup. A shot rang out from my right. Dust kicked up around my feet and bit into my gun hand. Too close. I took a sharp left turn, still toward the fence but not toward the hole in the ground and my car behind it. Another shot rocketed past my left ear. I zigzagged right, gripping my useless arm against my chest to lessen the constant jarring. Almost to the fence. I should have plowed ahead. I should have dove for freedom underneath the fence. Eyes on the road, soldier, Dad would always say. I'd never listened because my life had never been a fucking war. Until now. I risked a look behind me. Several feet away, Slim knelt in the dirt. Red splotches grew from the center of his blue and white striped shirt. His pudgy face was slicked with sweat and dead pale. He held both hands out in front of him as if he wanted to stop the bleeding but didn't know where to start. A wet-sounding gasp sprayed more blood down his multiple chins, and then he toppled face first onto the ground. My steps slowed. Had I done that to him or had it been the other bullet zinging around? Shit. There was nothing I could do. I needed to go. When I dropped to my knees, night floated around the sun. A groan tore from my throat at the pain. Clutching my bad arm, I wormed and twisted under the fence. Inch by inch. It seemed to take hours. Halfway through. But something gripped my ankles and dragged me backward. I kicked. I squirmed. I flipped around to aim and shoot some unlucky bastard in the throat. Self-preservation. It was a tricky, guilt-ridden line to walk, but I wasn't about to give up on life now. A shadow fell across my middle, but the sun's glare behind it dipped everything in blinding yellow. My brain, the prickly fuck, flashed me an image of Zombie Slim, but the shadow was too long, too beanpole. No, this was another type of zombie. The worst kind. The live kind. A fist slammed into my jaw before I knew where it came from. My cheek scraped against dirt while even more pain lit fireworks through half my head. Dazed, I kicked at the ground, still trying to escape. Movement in the corner of my eyes. Instead of another fist, a white handkerchief plucked the gun from my hand. And fired. I jumped, then froze, willing the rest of my pain receptors to hurry the fuck up. Finally, the realization came that I hadn't been shot again. This was much worse. Hill's head blocked out the sun. He stared down his long nose from eyes that seemed unnaturally deep inside that domed head. The handkerchief wrapped carefully around my gun rippled around his black suit jacket sleeve with the wind and blended into his white glove. The matching gloved hand gestured as if signaling for a table for two at an upscale restaurant. Somehow, while lying in the dirt with a gunshot to my shoulder and a dead drug dealer feet away, this struck me as funny. A laugh slid out of my mouth in a hiss because it hurt. Everything hurt. I had to wonder just how much blood I'd already lost to make me think this was anywhere near funny.
Is something on your mind?
The usual, I said and groaned. Just wondering what you're like on a dinner date. Do you do what you just did there? Signal across the table to the lady you're trying to woo so the waiter won't hear? One finger for one hit of H and two fingers for two hits? Do you have to get them high first so they'll have sex with anyone, including you? Sure, diss the guy with the gun. Since the upper half of my body lay slanted inside a shallow grave, I must have been leaking a shitload of blood. Either that, or I figured I didn't have a lot to lose. Even though I really, really did. I just wanted out of here so I could get to Paige.
Ah.
He nodded down at his hand.
No, 2 fingers doesn't mean 2 hits. It means V for victory.
Who won? He met my stupid question with a toothy grin that slimed up my insides.
I think we both know.
My gut clenched at how much truth filled that single statement. So, how does this end?
End?
He shrugged.
I let you go.
Let me go? I nodded as if I expected nothing less because surely there was a catch. Seems fair,
I thought so too,
he said, pulling a cell from his suit pocket.
I'll call the police first, of course.
I glanced behind him at Slim's hulking dead body and then at my gun in Hill's hand. The gun with my fingerprints all over it and minus 2 bullets. 2 bullets, 1 for each new hole in each dead body. Holy shit. He was framing me for murder. Alex and Slim. Panic flared through my chest, sticking my lungs together, because this had the very real potential to be so much worse than death. It's your word against mine, I said. Hill shook his head slowly as if he was sorry he was such a dirty lunatic.
We have it on film. You aiming at Slim's sister. A gunshot. Your struggle with Slim. I conveniently don't have a camera aimed in this direction, but once the police find the bodies, they'll think you finished Slim off too.
He'd been videoing me like I'd been videoing him, but the problem was, I had no idea if I caught anything that would help clear my name. And what if Hill or his employees found the camera? I didn't exactly have a chance to grab it on my way out. What would Paige say if she thought I was a murderer? Would she believe me when I said I didn't do it, or would doubt always itch at the back of her mind? And what about Rose? Would this drive her over the wobbly line into addiction again? This was all so fucked up. I stood to face him. Was this the plan all along, to set me up?
Drugs are big business. Politics is big business. In this city, they're bound to overlap.
What the fuck does that even mean?
The Clearys have enemies in very high places, Sam, with some very deep pockets. They asked me to rake your entire family over the coals, but I hardly had to lift a finger to do it. Your brother asked me for a donation to your father's campaign. Mister, so I did. Then on a hunch, I called the Federal Election Commission with an anonymous tip about campaign finance fraud.
Fraud? Jesus fuck. He nodded, a grim smile stuck to his skeletal face.
I also needed someone to take the blame for getting rid of my competition. 2 birds, 1 stone. I'm sure your sister will appreciate that analogy.
Did you decide all this before or after you made her into a whore?
Your sister is a shrewd businesswoman. She saw a need, and she found a way to fill it. I didn't make her do anything. The drugs or the sex. Money runs out without more customers, which I've now doubled, thanks to you and Slim.
He flicked up the barrel of the gun and aimed it at me while he dialed 3 digits on his cell.
Now, we've wasted enough time. I suggest you get in that car of yours and go.
Smiling like the devil, he held the phone to his ear.
2 dead bodies are at the abandoned warehouse east of the city. A red Chevy Impala drove away at high speed. 1967, isn't it?
Fucker. I dropped to my hands and knees, like a toppled penguin with a bleeding orifice. I squirmed underneath the hole in the fence. No time for pain. No time for wooziness caused by rapid blood loss. Time to go. I scooped up the crowbar from the ground and tossed it into the front seat before scrambling in afterward. And soon a red 1967 Chevy Impala was fleeing the scene of a crime because I couldn't outrun my car. Shit. 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 I was so fucked. I beat my steering wheel and winced. Where could I go? Not Tony's. I'd already dragged him along for too much what the fuckery. I could go to the police myself. Try to explain my side of the story before they even saw Hill's video. That was as good a plan as the 0 others I had. I plowed over dirt roads on the way to the highway, my ears burning for the sounds of sirens. None yet. I could be at the police station in 10 minutes. Would it look like I was turning myself in, or that I was trying to do what was right? Like I had been since this whole shitstorm started. But what was right had almost been blurred out of existence. I thought I had been doing this for Rose, but Hill had shaken the ground right out from under my feet more times than I cared to admit. Had I agreed to work for Hill to pay off Rose's debt to try to save Rose? Or to free myself of some of the guilt I felt about her addiction in the first place? As if it really mattered right now. I swerved onto the highway and tried my best not to floor it. At the first sign of flashing lights, I would turn off, but this was the fastest route to the police station. unless I ditched my car and took the metro. Now I was thinking like a true criminal. A shifting in the back seat drew my attention to the rearview mirror. My whole existence fell right through the leather cushions and smashed against the road. Plastic-wrapped bricks of heroin, quadruple stacked, spread the length of the back seat. A gift from Hill. Why hadn't I shot him when I had the fucking chance? Keep driving. Ditch the car and let the police find the heroin. Ditch the car and take it all with me. Somehow. As proof? Proof that I'd been dealing drugs? And then my fingerprints would be all over the plastic wrap. Maybe they already were somehow. Who the hell knew? The capital city loomed like a crushing tidal wave ahead, and I was driving straight into it. Sweat dripped down my forehead and into my eyes. I needed off this highway. I would take the metro. At the first stoplight, I turned a sharp left toward I-695. Tires squealed. The bullet hole in my shoulder grew teeth as I leaned with the car. Maybe before I took the metro to the police station, I could try to dump the drugs. But where? I couldn't exactly throw them out the window. Jesus H. I needed a plan, or at the very least more time to think. Less bleeding, more thinking. I should wait to go see the police. I should go to the Library of Congress to see Paige, try to explain to her why, which was something I probably should have done a long time ago. Hell, I didn't even know for sure if she was leaving for Wichita now that her internship was over. If I got this all straightened out with the police, big if, I might not ever see her again. That tore me up worse than any bullet ever could. I loved her. Even though I'd fucked up in such a major way, she needed to know that. Sirens blared. Red and blue lights spun in a sickening whirl in the rearview mirror, a cloud of dust kicking up to the treetops behind them. Well, that was fast. Instinct put lead in my foot. By some crazy coincidence, Metallica's "And Justice for All" came on the radio. I cranked it up to drown out the coming sirens. No time to ditch the car or the drugs. I was so fucking fucked. Flashing lights pressed closer. I gripped the wheel, barreling between cars, until signs for Capitol Hill appeared. It was impossible to disappear on a straightaway while going 90 plus. The song came to the part about the hammer of justice crushing you. Not if I could help it. I veered right, toward the Library of Congress, toward Paige, toward home.
Chapter 29. Paige.
Nicole Edinburgh,
Janice announced, and a flurry of applause burst through the room. I joined in, but my gaze was pinned to a stunned Rick, his face paler than I'd ever seen it. When he glanced toward a pair of side double doors across from Nicole's table, I figured he'd filled his quota of all my truths. Despite my heartache, it felt good to see him squirm. William was talking to one of the police officers with a pinched expression. He gave the officer a short nod, his hand on his holster, and followed Nicole's trek to the stage with narrowed eyes. I still didn't know what the hell was happening. I pressed toward the stage, and Nicole, my protective hackles raised, but a light stirring in the air behind me slowed my steps. A recognizable heat scoured the room before it sizzled up the back of my neck, lifting every hair with it. I knew who it was without even looking, but I turned my head anyway. Sam's cobalt blue gaze connected with mine from near the middle of the room around where my table stood. Strands of hair hung untamed in his face, almost hiding the wild look behind his eyes. His shoulders rose and fell beneath his jacket like he'd sprinted here away from a pack of hungry wolves. As soon as he saw me, he plowed people over in my direction.
Paige!
His mouth moved, but his voice was lost in raucous applause. Even if I could have formed a coherent thought to put into words, he wouldn't be able to hear me. The microphone hummed a burst of feedback, but it was Janice's next few words that hushed the room into silence.
Officers, what can we do for you?
Everyone turned, following Janice's pointed gaze, to to the 3 officers gliding closer and closer behind Sam. Sam, who was just seconds from my side, froze, his eyes falling shut. He rolled his lips together as if to contain his breaths, as if another inhale would put a target on his back, as if the police were looking for him. Were they? "Sam?" I whispered when he stood a foot away, because I needed to hear him confirm it. His eyes popped open, bright red and full of such sadness, and a terrible, icy ache swelled inside my rib cage. The part of his black t-shirt not hidden by his leather jacket clung to his chest as if it were wet, and something red speckled the thighs of his jeans. Was that blood?
"Sam Cleary,"
one of the officers shouted.
"We're looking for Sam Cleary."
"Why?" I asked, and I couldn't be sure whether I was addressing the policeman or Sam. But in the silence, my voice carried, and heads turned. Even though my gaze was locked with Sam's, I still saw it out of the corner of my eye. Saw one of the officers sneaking up behind him and yanking his hands behind his back. All of it happened so fast, and then the room burst into pandemonium. The crowd immediately surrounding us shouted startled cries and backed away. Rick bounded behind my table. Sam kicked at the cop before the cuffs bound him. He leaped over the table and punched Rick in the face. A hand squeezed my wrist with a death grip, and Charlotte maneuvered herself so she faced my side in a protective stance, her cane slanted in front of me. I didn't need anyone's protection, though. I needed fucking answers, and the one man who could give me those fought free of another officer lunged toward me and kicked Charlotte's cane out of the way. He cupped my cheeks in the palms of his hands. My eyes filled with tears at the tortured look in his.
"Paige, let me explain,"
he said in a rush, his voice hitching.
"I should have explained everything to you before. I was being blackmailed by a drug."
A gun clicked behind him. Tears spilled down my cheeks and blurred the face of a stranger I thought I'd known. Prostitution? Blackmail? Drugs? He was keeping those types of secrets from me even after I'd shared all of mine?
"Hands on your head."
The policeman barked.
"Slowly."
His gaze tracked my tears, a line of sorrow stitching his eyebrows together, and he thumbed many of them away with a gentle touch.
"Please believe me,"
he whispered, then did as the officer ordered.
"I love you, Paige."
Hours ago, I could have easily said it back to him. I'd trusted him. The fact that I didn't even know this man swamped my veins with heated betrayal. But now, putting the truth out in the open, like this, felt like the ultimate slap to my face. One of the policemen yanked his hands behind his back again, and the sharp click of handcuffs followed. Sam's gaze never wavered from mine, searching for something I couldn't give him.
"I've always loved you. I needed to tell you that much."
He loved me, but he didn't respect me, didn't trust me enough to tell me the truth, whatever that was exactly. I was all too familiar with that kind of man, the kind who lied, the kind who were complete strangers. Who was this man who had just told me he loved me? A firm resolve settled into the pit of my stomach, and just before I looked away, he must have seen my thoughts stamped in the rigid lines of my face because he said my name in a soft plea. "Get away from me," I said, my voice as shaky as the rest of my body. The officers read him his rights and steered him out of the room, but I hardly glanced at his retreating figure. A collective exhale sighed from the crowd once he was gone. Charlotte appeared at my side again, her face flushed with anger and her mouth moving. But too many things were happening all at once, and I desperately wanted the earth to stop spinning for just 1 second. 1 second to curl my hands around my cracked heart and breathe. Chapter 30. Paige. Fueled with enough cups of coffee to power a small nation, I stayed awake the entire night at the hospital. Deep vein thrombosis, the doctors had told Charlotte. Blood clot. She would have to stay in the hospital for at least a week, And Nicole and I were happy to keep her company from our permanent spots on the couch that had been shoved into her room by one of the nurses. Happy. Such a relative term. My mind reeled the entire night with everything that had happened. With Rick. Worry for Charlotte. Honest-to-goodness glee for Nicole. And Sam? Even without the coffee, I wouldn't have been able to sleep. From one minute to the next, I went from hating him to wanting him to explain to me what the hell had happened, to fear. All-consuming fear that the man I thought I knew wasn't the same person I had fallen in love with. That kind of fear reopened old wounds that I thought had sewed themselves shut a long time ago. Rick had been kind and gentle during our secret rendezvous, but when the end of summer neared, he turned cold and heartless. He began talking about his wife. I didn't know he had nonstop at the dinner table while I hyperventilated into my napkin. When I stopped coming to his bedroom at night, he would steal into mine when I wasn't there and plaster my walls with naked photos of myself. On his last day at my parents' house, we didn't say a word to each other. And then he was gone, leaving me with an infinite supply of shame and his baby. It was hard not to believe that returning to D.C. had been a mistake, in more ways than one. I really had stepped into the past and relived the same lapse in judgment, this time with a different man. All of this 21st technology, and we still didn't have an invention that stamped all our secrets on our foreheads, scarlet letter style. I would pay someone to be the prototype to test it out and not so proudly flaunt my mistakes as long as I could see others. Because privacy is overrated, thought the girl who had only told 2 people about her past transgressions, and one of them was my therapist. I was the queen of secrets, but I no longer cared to have them anymore. But a part of me just wanted to hear Sam's voice again, to breathe in his existence like I'd been doing for the past 6 weeks. Without him, the air felt heavier, clogging up my throat with a sharp sting that burned into my eyes for hours.
Paige,
Charlotte whispered, and I instantly swiped at my wet cheeks. She stared through glassy eyes, evidence of all the morphine they'd pumped through her IV, her head tilted to the side on the bleach-white pillow. She'd likely been watching me for some time. What? Do you need something? I leaned forward on the couch, careful not to shift Nicole's head in my lap too much, and rested a hand on Charlotte's arm, ready to spring up and tackle a nurse if I had to.
you're sad,
She said on a sigh. Her eyelids drooped, but she fought them back open. I shrugged at that severe understatement. You just focus on declaring war on that blood clot.
My blood, the traitor, what did I do to it?
She blinked hard, as if struggling to keep awake.
Want some morphine? It will make your whole chest fly away.
As tempting as that sounds, I think I'll pass.
Call the jail. See if they'll let you talk to him.
I shook my head, wishing we didn't have to go there. Besides, I'd already called. The officer on duty at the jail had said Sam was in the infirmary. He wouldn't give me any more information than that. I'm not sure I'm ready to talk to him, even if I was able to, I said. Several chunks of Charlotte's black and purple hair cradled her cheek, and somehow that and her soft smile made her appear childlike, almost vulnerable. And for reasons that made no sense, I wondered if her had ever been in a hospital with her hair tucked beneath her cheek and an IV pole next to her bed. A heaviness pinched my lungs, the same soul-crushing kind I had lived with for years. Guilt. Raw guilt. I envisioned it as a collection of sharp needles I had somehow worked into a ball, repeatedly stabbing myself until it was manageable to hide away somewhere dark and lonely. And now, it was uncoiling from its foundation, had been uncoiling since I'd come back to D.C., with violent jabs straight to my heart. But my heart could only take so much, especially after yesterday. Carefully, so I wouldn't wake Nicole, I shifted out from underneath her 30-pound head and stood. I'll be back. Charlotte giggled.
Okay, Arnold.
You're high, I said and touched her foot underneath the blanket on the way past.
And you smell like a coffee factory, but I don't love you any less.
I blew her a long-winded coffee breath kiss and swept past the smiley-faced curtain that separated her bed from an empty one. Nurses of all shapes and sizes rocketed up and down the hallway, genuine smiles lighting their faces, their shoes a symphony of squeaks on the pristine floor tiles. I hadn't met a crabby nurse yet, which made me wonder if I had been offered the LOC job. Would I be all happy feet like them? I honestly didn't know. During my many treks throughout the night for a coffee bath, break, I had seen an honest-to-goodness payphone on the wall near the cafeteria. An archaic invention like a payphone in an otherwise modern hospital might have gone ignored by most people. But thank goodness I wasn't most people. Plus, I'd needed a phone. After my part in what I would forever call the LOC Last Day Circus, I'd discovered that my cell was missing from my purse, and all signs pointed to Rick as the prime suspect. He must have snatched it to destroy the evidence of his debauchery before he hightailed away from Sam's fists and the police. It had all my contacts, all my saved photos of Kay and her little boy, Drew, grinning in front of dramatic Kansas sunsets, and Sam's number, which I could throat punch myself for not committing to memory. It wasn't as if I could call it and he would pick up right then, but still. I wandered past the payphone several times the rest of the week, drifting from the cafeteria to Charlotte's bedside and back again.
Call him,
Charlotte said on Tuesday. Her leg was stretched out in front of her on the bed, her calf still swollen but not near as bad as it had been. Nicole's turtle, Jimmy, sat near it, blinking slowly at the blanket fibers. I shrugged at an episode of The Brady Bunch, which ended that conversation. But later that evening, I did call and learned he'd been transferred to the Department of Corrections. After signing up for their collect call services, several long minutes passed while I waited for Sam to pick up, my mind tumbling over what he might say to me and if I was prepared to hear it.
Hello?
So many different emotions clogged my throat at the sound of his voice that I had to swallow several times before I answered. Sam, are you all right? Silence for a long moment, and then,
It would be better if you didn't call again.
I shook my head, my reflection only a dark blur in the payphone's silver metal box. He sounded different, stiff, like he didn't know who I was. No, Sam, it's...
Bye, Paige.
The line went dead. I held the phone away from my ear, not sure what just happened. It would be better if I didn't call? Better for whom? Certainly not me. Did he not think I deserved even the vaguest of explanations? Even after I'd let myself spin out of control and fall for him? I hung up the phone and blinked down at the lines between the shiny tiles on the floor, straight and narrow, like the path I'd had all planned out when I'd arrived back in D.C. Instead, I'd let my heart lead me blind like a dumbass. The lines on the floor seemed to sway until I pinned all my balance on the right toe of my sandals, which cut through the center of one of the lines, breaking it while simultaneously crushing it. Charlotte didn't tell me to call him the rest of the week. Somehow she and Nicole knew, even though I didn't say a word. Charlotte let me rule the remote to her hospital room's TV, while Nicole forced chocolate milkshakes down my throat. Okay, maybe not forced. Thursday afternoon, the day Charlotte was to be released, I wandered once again to the cafeteria. Adele's Hello began playing softly from the television in the corner, at the same time my gaze connected with the payphone. Her haunting voice followed me around like some sort of ghost from the past. It was spooky, and yet I never got tired of listening to her. Now, though, hearing this song felt like some kind of sign, like I had almost made it to a destination I'd been heading toward for years and didn't even realize it. I strode toward the phone, my movements calm, practiced even. A few coins I found at the bottom of my wallet clanked inside hollow metal when I plugged them into the slot. Some phone numbers I did commit to memory, especially that of my parents. Whether they wanted to hear from me or not, it was probably coded in all child DNA to have their parents' numbers on hand, just in case. It took 4 rings for Mom to answer.
Hello?
It's me. I had to smile, even though the sound of her voice stung my eyes. Paige, your daughter. It felt silly to say, but we hadn't talked in a long while.
Hi, honey. Is everything okay? Where are you calling from?
Her slight accent always rang clearer when she was worried. The hospital, but it's for a friend of mine. I'm okay. I didn't know how to finish that lie, so I let it dangle and drop. But listen, I didn't get the job at the Library of Congress, so I'll be coming home soon, and I would like it very much if you and Dad would have a conversation with me about... I swallowed hard, my throat ticking and protesting on the name I'd hidden away, but now perched on my tongue with a surprisingly sweet flavor I hadn't tasted in years. Sophia. And oh my God, it hurt to say her name, to relive the 9 months I'd spent falling in love with her in a split second. Every craving for pickles, every somersault inside my womb, every Adele song that would calm her down so I could sleep. Her favorite was Crazy for You, and I was. How could I not be? Tears blurred the number pad on the phone. A sob welled, but I clamped a hand over my mouth to contain it. That guilt I'd shoved away within myself in a tight little ball lay bare for all to see. A pile of needles with sharp points shimmering with all the tears I'd cried for her. The day her adopted parents took her home, I didn't think I could ever say goodbye to her and survive it. It had gutted me so thoroughly, I knew I would never be the same again.
Okay,
Mom said, her voice laced with concern. I nodded into the phone, not quite sure if I was ready to speak yet, but I wasn't finished. I wouldn't be finished until I explained to them both that I wasn't wicked. It was a mistake, a complicated one that had cost me my childhood. But a single moment in time couldn't define the rest of my existence. I refused to let it, starting now. Someone stole my phone, so I don't have her number. I sounded calm, collected, like I had rehearsed this conversation in a dream I didn't remember. Could you give it to me again?
Of course. Let me go get her parents' letter. They're all eager to hear from you.
She put the phone down and shuffling papers filled the line. When she returned, she said,
It's okay that you didn't get the job. You know that, right?
Her words lifted a burden on my shoulders I hadn't realized I was carrying until it was gone. She didn't sound disappointed at all. Just motherly. Yeah. I cleared my throat and tried again. Yeah, I know. She recited the number, which I jotted down on my hand like a Nicole clone. I promised to call when I was back in Wichita, and then we hung up. It was kind of shocking how little awkwardness there had been during that conversation. Sharing cat video links via email to an actual 2-minute conversation. With words. The very definition of baby steps. And now the biggest baby step of all. I smacked my forehead with the receiver while I plugged more change into the slot because my hands were shaking. If my goal was to have stray hospital visitors slide me wary glances, then mission accomplished. All I had to do was relax, be myself. Be myself, but toned way down on the quirky scale. Each number I jabbed on the dial pad thinned the air and tightened the collar of my button-up shirt. Never mind. I couldn't be myself because I had no idea what to say. Because what if her parents answered? Or what if she did, and she asked tough questions? She should ask those questions. But I didn't know if I was ready to answer them for the single person to whom the answers mattered most. Somehow my finger finished dialing, and a shrill ring swamped my body with a cold sweat. I could have hung up and done this another day, but I wanted a promise of some kind of future away from Washington, D.C., away from heartache, away from Sam. And that future sounded bright and cheery and delightfully intelligent in the form of a little voice.
Hi, this is the Caladan residence. This is Sophia speaking.
I gasped at the instant connection that seemed to tug me through the phone. Even though I had never heard her speak, I recognized the sound of her. Her voice solidified her into a piece of myself, and I so desperately wanted to look at her, to hold her.
Hello?
I took a deep breath and said the first words I'd said to my daughter in a long time. Hello. Sophia. My name is Paige Sullivan.
Chapter 31. Sam. 6 months later. 10 more minutes. I just had to keep my shit for 10 more minutes, then I'd be out of here. My cellmate Co, who lay on the bottom bunk with headphones drilled to his ears the last few months he'd been here, slapped his chest and stomach for a drumbeat while he sang along. 9 minutes and 45 seconds, then I'd get to see the sun, inhale air that wasn't infested with farts and rotten teeth, stare at something other than Co's ridiculous number of Lego spaceships swinging from the ceiling. They weren't even glued together, so pieces rained down on the floor all the time. Nothing brought thoughts of violence and murder quicker than leaping from the top bunk in the middle of the night to take a piss and landing on a deadly Lego piece. But I'd pushed past it, breathed through it, whatever it took to be released on time, and in 9 minutes, 31 seconds, I would be. The game of teeter-totter politics made the last few months into a media circus. Hill's fuzzy video of me not shooting Alex had been trumped by the crystal-clear video Tony's camera had taken. Hill hadn't been expecting that, I was sure, or the found gunpowder residue that corroborated my story over his. He had hundreds of pictures of me standing at 131st and Chestnut, but none of them showed my face because of my hood. It had been my word against his that he had been blackmailing me because all of his texts had been from prepaid phones. The police were still investigating him for an unrelated drug charge at his club, the Underground Hill. I'd been cleared of the 2 murders, but not drug possession with intent to sell the heroin in my back seat, fleeing from police pursuit, resisting arrest, or assault against Senator Rick Chambers. The judge told me I was getting off easy with 6 months in jail and a $500,000 fine. I didn't argue. Riley, on the other hand, was in deeper shit than me. Taking bribes from Rick in exchange for campaign funding, soliciting bribes to Hill, campaign finance fraud. The list went on. I honestly didn't know when I would be seeing my big brother again, but at least his and Dad's dick pics were secure. So hooray for that. Mademoiselle Goldfinch gave an anonymous tip to the police, and they found Rose's little black book at Rick's house. She had made sure they checked for tampering, because somehow my name had been written in it. Riley had ripped part of it away from Rose when he'd visited. He'd given it to Rick so he'd help fund Dad's campaign, as part of the deal he and Riley had made. Then, Rick had erased some poor schmuck's name in it and stuck mine in, the fucking bastard, with clipped-on photos that kind of looked like me, but weren't. Every listed name in the book had been investigated. With Rose's knowledge of who was and wasn't in the book, as well as more pictures she'd kept hidden to prove it, the resulting scandals lit up every news channel. Mademoiselle Goldfinch was a household name. Needless to say, Dad's bid for presidency ended before it began.
Ha 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 ha!
Co! I shouted from my seat at the desk. I leaned forward and waved a hand in his face, not hard to do since we lived in a 6-by-8-foot room, but his eyes were closed. So I snatched at the wire and yanked. He snapped upright, 2 huge feet thudding against the tile, his wide nose pulsing like a pissed-off bull's, his fists, which were about as big as my head, clenched against the thin blanket on his mattress. Sorry, man. I held his headphones out to him. It's time to say goodbye. Co's shoulders drooped a little. He tucked his chin, but his brown eyes never left my mouth. Dude was a master lip reader. He could see a conversation across the room and retell it in his own unique voice. It served me well on more than one occasion, once I learned how to understand him. I didn't know sign language. I was pretty sure he didn't either. He didn't seem all that excited to learn, even though there were signing books in the library, because he said he'd be made fun of. Said it was best not to talk at all. Except to me. Maybe he was right. But what would he do when I left? Become mute?
Done go,
he said, his tongue thickening the words. I got to, dude. But look. I grabbed a knitted hat off the top of my bag and tossed it to him. It had red and black stair-step stitching in it like Legos pieced together. My sister made that especially for you. I didn't measure your head or anything, so if it doesn't fit, you can wear it on your fist like a boxing glove, okay? And I'll send you another for your other hand. And a bigger one for your head if she has enough yarn. A big, goofy grin lit up his face as he ran his fingers over it.
She may it foe me.
Yeah, try it on. He did. It didn't fit, not even close, but I wasn't about to tell him that because of the look on his face. I'd given him a hat, but I might as well have given him $1 million. 2 red puffballs on strings hung down both sides of his head, just past his ears. He shook his head a little so they'd sway back and forth. You like it? I asked, even though I didn't need to. He didn't answer because his eyes were aimed at the ground between us while he concentrated on making the balls smack his head. I sat back and watched him for a while, trying not to think about what his new cellmate could be like. We'd both lucked out in that department. A guard walked up to the bars and banged them lightly with his clipboard.
Cleary, let's go.
7 minutes and 37 seconds early. Hell yeah. I stood and leveled my gaze with Coase so he'd finally look at me. See you, big guy. Swing. Swing.
See you at dinner, Sam.
I didn't correct him. No matter what I told him, he didn't seem to get that I was never coming back. Maybe it was better to leave him to exist with his hat and the expectation that he'd see me later. I didn't know what else to do but leave. I sure as hell wasn't going to stick around. Not when I had so many wrongs to put right. But it was the weirdest sensation walking out of there a free man. Already dressed in my regular clothes the guard had dropped off earlier, I could almost believe the past 6 months had been a dream. But the closer I got to the exit, the faster I walked because I had a plane to catch. At the end of a long, deserted hallway, my guarded escort stopped at a glassed-in counter and waved at the female guard behind it before retracing his steps back down the hallway. The female guard's dark hair was pulled too tight behind her head, giving her a constant, surprised expression.
Cleary, Samuel.
She barked, and her breath fogged the glass between us. Present? If she wanted to see some form of identification, I was afraid I couldn't help her. I had literally nothing except the clothes on my back. She rolled her wide eyes at her own version of roll call, then slid a plastic bag into a curved metal pocket underneath a gap in the glass. On a ragged piece of masking tape, big block letters spelled Cleary, Samuel. Inside the bag were my cell phone, wallet, and keys. My phone was likely dead, but that didn't keep me from checking anyway. Yep, dead. A beep sounded to my left, and the door there clicked as if it had unlocked. I pulled open the door and hesitated, just in case this was some kind of sick joke and guards would come after me with tasers. I should have just run if that was the case, but I wasn't about to screw this up too. The door latched shut behind me. About 12 feet away, daylight slanted through the windows of the double doors. Freedom. I could practically taste the cotton candy clouds hanging in a bright blue sky. It had only been 6 months, but it felt like decades. No one needed to buzz me outside these doors, and as I went through them, a shock of winter air slammed into my face. Looks could be deceiving from the inside out. It was ball-dropping cold out here.
Sam!
A familiar voice shouted from the direction of the parking lot. And then there she was, weaving between cars, her hand thrown up to her forehead to ward off the winter sun's glare off all the windshields. A smile lit up her whole face. When she raced toward me at breakneck speed, she seemed just as free as me, whole again. That lifted the inside of my chest with relief. I spun my sister up in a bear hug, laughing at her squeal, but quickly dumped her on her feet again so we could get out of here. "It's fucking cold out," I said, in case she didn't know. "Where are you parked?" Rose pointed with one of her own puffballs that dangled to the bottom of her coat from the knitted owl hat perched on top of her head.
Over there, where's your coat?
I left it next to my toothbrush shank and soap on a rope. I started in the direction of her car because there was some major shrivel action happening.
Don't joke, Sam Ram.
She called. "Fine. Can we go?" She huffed out a sigh. Loose gravel rolled under her feet as she ran to catch up. Those two sounds together brought a grin to my face because it was so normal. Me pissing her off, but her running to keep up anyway. It was soothing somehow. Normal. I missed normal. Once we were inside her car and the heat dial was cranked to hellfire temperature, we got on the road toward the airport. I turned in my seat to face her, not even trying to hide my stare. The cold had painted her cheeks a bright red. Several strands of blonde hair had static clinged themselves to her owl hat. And crawling up past the collar of her winter coat was something I'd never noticed before. Birds, a whole tiny black and yellow inked flock of them permanently marked on her skin. "I don't like it," I announced.
Well, you're an idiot,
she said, shrugging. I narrowed my gaze, trying to read the inside of her skull. Why?
Because you know how I feel about birds.
The corners of her mouth lifted, and I decided right then and there that I didn't care about her tattoo. She'd marked herself with a symbol of freedom. If it set in stone the way she looked, the way she acted, the way she should always be, forever and amen, then I could learn to deal, as long as she didn't get a tramp stamp. Mademoiselle or no, I had my limits. She glanced at me, then shook her head, her face serious.
Dad says he likes it.
Dad had said a lot of things. He came to visit a few times with tears in his eyes. At first, I didn't know what to say to him. He talked while I grunted one-syllable answers because he was such a stranger to me. But when he mentioned finding some old Ozzy Osbourne records in the attic I never knew he had, I snorted all over the table between us. The thought of my dad, a one-time presidential hopeful, listening to a guy who chewed on bat heads for fun was wrong on so many levels, but it had helped kick through a chunk of the wall separating our very different lives. And Mom? I checked our progress on the road and compared it to the dashboard clock. My flight left in 2 hours.
Well,
Rose said on a sigh.
The last time I saw her, she'd found Jesus at the bottom of a tequila bottle and had launched into Bible verses, so I don't really know. She did say she was going to move out and find her own place, though.
I nodded. Before all this, I'd felt so far removed from my parents that I didn't think we shared the same planet anymore. They were strangers, but now that all our lies had been laid bare, maybe we could finally get to know each other again, whether married or divorced, together or separate, as the family we once were, as sappy as that sounded. Start new, like I hoped to do with Paige.
Sam Ram?
Rose? I said absently.
Do you want me to stop for a baconated cheeseburger?
My mouth began to salivate at the mention of bacon. It had been too long. We don't have time.
Wow,
she said, her eyes as large as her owls on her hat.
You weren't kidding when you said you loved her.
I just hoped she loved me back. I'd lived with her for 6 weeks, but in that short time, I'd become a man blinded by a bright future. With her. It had been a very real possibility, and every move she made closer to me, all grace and honey perfume, every laugh, every time I was inside her. It was all I wanted. Paige Sullivan was everything I ever wanted. And I had thrown it all away to try to save my family who refused to be saved. Or maybe they hadn't been the ones who needed saving in the first place. Either way, Paige deserved more than the bitter betrayal and disappointment I had left her with. Both had wrapped around her voice when she'd called me in jail, and I couldn't stand to hear it. Telling her that it would be better if she didn't call again was my lame-ass way of letting her go be with someone who deserved her. Not me. Not then.
You'll come back to see me?
Probably not. Her fingerless gloved hand karate chopped into my arm, close enough to my almost healed bullet wound and hard enough to make me sit up and take notice. She had a lot more gusto than when I last saw her in rehab. "I'll come and visit you on one condition," I said.
No, Sam, I will not do any more heroin,
she said, and slid me an angry glare.
How many times are you going to make me promise?
Not that, I said, shaking my head. I mean, yes, that, but another thing too.
What?
She asked with a sigh. Sorry, not sorry. What the fuck does that even mean? And why was that your last tweet before your overdose? Was that some kind of vague warning or some bullshit? When she didn't answer, I stared at her. I planned to stay just like that until she cracked from brotherly annoyance.
It means, at that particular point in time, I had a moment of clarity.
She rolled her bottom lip between her teeth.
Even though heroin took over my life, I knew exactly what path I was headed toward. And I knew the only way out was down. I knew that in order for me to stop, I had to hit rock bottom. I was sorry that I put you and the fam in that situation, but I wasn't sorry for myself. That was me taking responsibility for my own self-destruction.
I turned toward my window, not really seeing the city roll past while her words twisted themselves through the memories of leaving her alone in our backyard long enough for her to get her first hit. I left you alone with him, Rose.
But you didn't make me do anything. I did it of my own free will.
She tapped her thumbs against the steering wheel.
I can slap my own Band-Aid on myself to give me superpowers during Yellow Bird Tag or the Game of Life or whatever. You can't protect me forever, you know.
I glanced over, and sure enough, underneath a knitted half-finger of her glove was a yellow Band-Aid wrapped around her knuckle. My sister was a walking symbol of strength and freedom. I briefly considered shuffling through the radio stations to find something patriotic. We were in D.C., so the national anthem shouldn't have been too hard to find. Instead, I turned back to the window, smiling. If the superpowered Band-Aid and bird tattoo helped her stay my little sister, and not the zombie demon that had entered rehab, I wouldn't judge. Well, you're Mom and Dad's favorite, so yeah, I do have to protect you forever, I said. She laughed, and it sounded so bright and airy that it instantly lightened my shoulders. She didn't blame me. Not that I thought she would, but I had spent months blaming myself enough for the both of us. While that feeling would probably never go away, maybe in time I could eventually forgive myself for turning my back on her for a second too long.
Please come to visit me soon,
she begged. I grinned until I felt like my whole damned face hurt. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried. 2 connecting flights later, I fumbled in the back of a cab for my wallet as it pulled up in front of a plain yellow house, my hands more than a little shaky. The address matched the folded-up letter in my pocket that I'd memorized while in jail. The letter contained 2 more words in flowery handwriting. Done. K. I had no idea who this K lady was or what she looked like, but a woman opened the door of the yellow house as I walked up the sidewalk and gave me a stern once-over with her arms folded across her chest. She wore sweatpants and a stained t-shirt, and her blonde bangs matched the little boy's who bounded up next to her. He had a high-heeled shoe sticking out of his mouth. Weird kid. The woman rested a protective hand on top of the boy's head, but her uncertain gaze never left me. I could guess why. My mugshot had graced every major television news site for weeks. The rest of my family, well, that would always taint how people saw me for the rest of my life, even if they didn't know me. Especially if they didn't know me. I didn't expect her to throw open her door and invite me to play shoes with her son. Still, I wasn't used to being judged with such a critical eye. This would take some getting used to. The woman's eyebrows disappeared behind her bangs.
Sam?
She drew my name out, like she'd been waiting for me to say or do something other than stand there. Yeah, I said and stuck my hands in my pockets like some awkward-ass freak. like some awkward-ass freak who'd just been released from jail and was standing on a stranger's porch with no direction to go but up. Because like my sister Mademoiselle Goldfinch, I had hit rock bottom too. And right then, Kay was part of my springboard. I gave her a smile I hoped would put her at ease. Kay, right? She nodded, and thank Jesus, her harsh expression faded some.
It's about time you got here.
Chapter 32. Paige. Nothing said classy librarian more than collapsing on a chair with my head wedged between my knees. I'd been so focused on getting everything ready for the author visit that afternoon that I hadn't considered the possible consequences of leftover spaghetti mixed with my white lace top for lunch. It took a certain degree of talent to get more on my boobs than inside my mouth. I'd sped back home to my apartment to change, and like the dumbass that I was, I raced right past a cop going 42 in a 30. On the plus side, I'd made her laugh. I'd said something about ravenous boobs, but not enough to avoid getting a ticket. Then, with a fresh shirt on, I'd crawled my little red Camry back to the library where the parking lot was already bursting with cars for the author visit that started in 10 minutes. 10 minutes! I finally found an empty space several blocks away, then hauled ass through the library doors a full 2 minutes late. But by then, I was too out of breath and flustered to do what I needed, wanted with every fiber of my soul, to do. Introduce the Lisa Montgomery. Like my own personal savior, Kay, my best friend and assistant library director, did it for me, and did a fine job too. I sat in the very back, gasping for air, while I vowed to start a rigorous workout regimen the next day and willed myself not to be too disappointed. Because there could be a next time, especially since I never dreamed there would be this time. Wichita, Kansas wasn't even on her original book tour schedule, and yet here she was. Mind blown. After dancing in the library stacks with several other Uber fans, I'd emailed Ms. Montgomery to let her know how much of a rock star she was at the Rockwell branch of the Wichita Public Library. She'd emailed back the very next day and said that my email had made her spit her morning coffee all over her computer screen in hysterics. Oops and uh-ohs filled my next email, and before I knew it, I'd invited her for an author visit. When she said yes, I'd paraded my manic grin around the library and told everybody, including Kay, who joined me in a celebratory, though appropriately volumed squeal. I doubted Janice at the Library of Congress would have even cracked a smile. Now, wearing cat-eye glasses the same color as her purple hair streaks, several patterned scarves around her neck, and a long, flowing black dress, Ms. Montgomery was the picture of a middle-aged creative genius.
It's such an honor to be in the same room filled to the max with book lovers,
she said, after the welcoming applause died down.
I've often dreamed of starting my own country and calling it Readtopia, and the Pledge of Allegiance would go something like, One Nation Under Books.
Hollers, whistles, and lots of applause from the audience lifted a giant smile across my face. It never ceased to amaze me how many people were just as obsessed as I was over the written word. Working in this library day after day reminded me of that and filled me with warmth and a sense of belonging, even among the homeless who occasionally wandered in and peed in the chairs. Hey, we all have our quirks, but these were my people, and Ms. Montgomery was singing their song. Brimming with energy as vibrant as her colorful scarves, she launched into where her ideas came from, her writing process, even the music she listened to, punk rock, such a badass, while the audience and me sat riveted. Too soon she drew her talk to a close and invited questions.
What's your next book about?
Someone called out, before I had a chance to rack my brain for something intelligent to ask.
I'm afraid that's all I have time for, ladies and gentlemen,
Ms. Montgomery said after several more questions.
But if you would like to make a purchase or have your book signed, just make your way up the aisle in an orderly fashion, and we'll collectively tell my carpal tunnel syndrome that it's not invited to Readtopia.
The crowd snapped into action and funneled inward into the center aisle. I let everyone else go first since I was closing tonight anyway, but by the time I made it to the front of the line, the inside of my mouth had grown a field of cotton. I forced a swallow, which didn't help much. Paige Sullivan, that's me. Paige. Ms. Montgomery thrust out her hand, and I took it, slowly, because I wanted to hang on to this memory for as long as I could. Her soft skin slid against mine in a power grip, while her woodsy patchouli perfume filled my senses. She smiled, warm and genuine, with painted red lips and a single crooked tooth on the top row.
It's wonderful to finally meet you, Paige.
Thank you for coming, I blurted, but I wasn't completely sure what I'd said even sounded like English. She signed her name on the title page and then handed her newest book, Tender You Are, to me. It was about a serial killer with suspected paranormal abilities who appeared completely blurred on camera when nothing else did. I'd been dying to read it, pun totally intended. Because I was a confessed book sniffer, I began salivating as soon as the new book smell rolled past the happy neurons in my nose, which finally allowed me to speak almost coherently again. Did you know there's an entire club devoted to flipping to the last pages of your books? I asked. They're very proud of themselves, too, like no one in the history of the world had ever considered doing that before. They call themselves the Montgomery Munchers. Ms. Montgomery leaned back in her chair behind the table and laughed at the ceiling until her eyes watered.
You have got to be kidding me.
I wish I was. It was a sad, sad day when I stumbled upon spoilers, and it made me feel stabby.
Well, they should be stopped.
She hiked a shoulder and tried to hide her smile with one of her scarves.
It's a good thing I'm a writer because that belongs in a book. The story practically writes itself.
Maybe they'll meet an unfortunate demise in your next one, with a bear.
And the heroes can drink blood from their skulls.
Well, that escalated quickly. I grinned, beyond thrilled that I was brainstorming Lisa Montgomery's next book with her. Bears, skulls, disposing dead bodies. I would ride in the trunk of a car for her and describe the experience if it meant I could help. She checked her watch and frowned.
Paige, I wish I could stay and talk book ideas with you because you are an absolute delight, but I have to get going.
She stood and offered her hand once again.
It was a pleasure meeting you. Email me again, please.
Her assistants, who had been waiting in the background, whirled her away. I stood there for several moments while replaying our short conversation and clutching her book to my chest. And it hit me. This was what a dream job felt like. I was doing exactly what I was meant to do, and it wasn't anywhere near the Library of Congress. It was here in Wichita, Kansas, only 4 miles away from Sophia, who, at the tender age of 6.5, had inhaled the entire Magic Treehouse series. She'd called in near hysterics when she'd finished the latest one, and I'd rushed right over to guide her through what would likely be the first of many book hangovers. If there was ever any doubt that she was my daughter, well, there wasn't any. Her adoptive parents had welcomed me into their hearts and home with as much fervor I imagined them welcoming her. In fact, they lovingly called us Thing 1 and Thing 2. We even had shirts made with our nicknames printed on them while we stood waiting at the store's counter, swinging our clasped hands between us. I didn't think I could love her any more than I did when I carried her for 9 months. But wow, I was wrong. I'd been wrong about a great many things.
Hey,
a voice from behind said. I turned and found Kay in the otherwise empty meeting room. Most of the lights had been turned off, and several part-time clerks shuffled past the open door bundled in their coats and gloves. Kay's normally mischief-filled blue eyes narrowed.
You okay?
Yeah, I said, my voice a little too breathy. The passing of time did funny things to me lately, especially after the sun set and it was time to go home. Because I didn't want to. My one-bedroom apartment was a cold, empty, and dark place, even with the little reading nook I'd built for myself in the dining room. So I stayed here as long as I could, stalling the inevitable, because 6 weeks of warmth and laughter and love in a certain D.C. house had ruined my sense of home.
Lucky for you, I don't believe you.
I sighed. How is that lucky for me?
You'll see.
She winked, K-style, by bringing her thumb and index finger in front of her eyes, tapping them together and blinking really fast. The lady couldn't wink to save her life. She headed for the double doors and wriggled her fingers over her shoulder.
Toodaloo. Text me tomorrow, okay?
Not tonight, I called after her. We always texted at night. It helped pass the time until I fell asleep in my apartment and then got out of there as quickly as I could the next morning. But Kay didn't answer. Maybe she had a hot date she didn't tell me about. On a Tuesday. Shaking my head, I strolled to the employee offices near the back of the library, turning out more lights as I went and waving to stragglers on their way out into the blustery January night. One of my favorite things to do when I procrastinated going home was shelving the checked-in books and then innocently blaming the library elves the next morning. It really didn't take much to entertain myself. I left on enough lights to read the spine labels without squinting and then wheeled the cart down the appropriate aisles. The wheels occasionally squeaked, but it was a soft, consoling noise that drifted into the background of my whirring mind. This was the part of the day when I allowed myself to think about Sam, his shocking blue eyes that stuttered my heart, the timbre in his voice that curled my toes. Just thinking his name stormed a rush of emotions through me that tied a conflicted knot at the back of my throat. I missed him something crazy, but I never called the jail again to tell him so because of his blunt request that I didn't, even after I'd learned his side of the story. The media circus surrounding his family had been terrible to witness, and while I wanted to know about it and didn't at the same time, Charlotte and Nicole spilled any details I might have missed since they were still at ground zero of Sex Scandal USA. I couldn't imagine being in that kind of spotlight. Riley's charge of campaign finance fraud spun my head in too many directions to fathom, but when Sam was cleared of the major charges against him, guilt had swamped me. Sure, he could have absolutely told me everything from the start, but my reaction when the police showed up at the LOC could explain why he didn't want to talk to me. All of it made me feel like I might as well have committed the murders and dealt those drugs myself. How could I have thought he would willingly do something so awful? Of course he would sacrifice his future to protect his sister. When that man loved, he did it with his whole heart, after all. I should have seen that from the beginning, but I'd been forced to confront all of this mad-hot information at the LOC, and I didn't have time to process. Plus, I'd been blinded by my past. Rick had turned out to be married after I thought I'd fallen for him and turned cold and hard before he left me. He'd turned into a stranger, and his betrayal of my trust had skipped over the lake of the rest of my life, each bounce widening the circles of that poisonous stone until they were all-consuming. But Sam wasn't Rick. I'd known that for a while. Now, several senators, representatives, and upper political types were under investigation, including Rick, and I could have given the police much more information about our pasts. I didn't, though, because karma could be a real bitch sometimes. I did come clean to my parents about who Sophia's dad was, about how much it hurt to hear Dad call me wicked, and they received all of this as expected. Silence for days, not even a funny cat video link to YouTube, until Dad called about a week after I told them and asked me to go for a walk with them. It was awkward, I'm not going to lie, but weather permitting, we'd gone on walks ever since. Now, as I rounded the corner into the romance section, I had so many things to be proud of, to be happy about. But I couldn't stop the constriction around my heart. I'd assumed the worst about Sam because I'd been backed into a corner. Could he ever forgive me for that? More importantly, could I forgive him for not even wanting to talk to me about any of this? The library's heating unit shut off with a soft click, blanketing complete quiet over the building. I stuck a book in the correct slot, but movement out of the corner of my eye froze my hands against its spine. Something dangled farther up the aisle from the shelves, swaying back and forth like a pendulum, but without any circulating air, it soon stopped. In the dim light, it looked like something on a chain, but I couldn't make it out. I stepped closer, my cart forgotten, until my lungs clenched and heaved. It was the necklace I'd made Sam all those years ago, the ugly, symbolic dreamcatcher crafted from zero jewelry-making talent. It was stuffed between two Lisa Montgomery books. A nervous flutter slammed my heart into a triple beat. Why was it here? I rested the pendant against my palm and pulled, slowly, in case things got weirder and it was attached to a bomb or something. The end of the chain popped free from between the books, and with it, a cascade of bookmarks fluttered to the ground. Bacon, scratch, and sniff bookmarks. I sank to my knees and touched them, not quite sure if I'd accidentally laced my spaghetti leftovers with a hallucinogen. Was Sam here? I hated to think it in case it wasn't true. Something had been written on the backs of the bookmarks. On all of them. I love fishing. I was once sprayed by a skunk and thought it was a declaration of war against me. I hate running, so if there is a zombie apocalypse, I'm screwed. My high school's boiler room was kept locked because of me. Draw your own conclusions. My middle name is Rambo. I wish I was kidding. They went on, and I clutched them in a pile to my chest as a flood of warmth pushed my back against the shelves with a strangled sigh. The lights on the ceiling burned the backs of my eyes until the room turned watery, so I closed them, breathing in a lungful of calming truth. He was here, my sweet Sam.
Paige.
The soft voice, deep and rich with a musical lilt, came from my right. I snapped my eyes open and stared. A muscular body leaned against the bookshelf at the end of the aisle, and I swept my gaze across tendons, up the curve of a well-defined bicep under a black t-shirt, along the perfectly sculpted, stubbled jawline to a pair of shocking blue eyes that searched my own with profound intensity. It was Sam, of course it was Sam, but it took a beat longer to process this because of all the differences I noted compared to the last time I'd seen him. He'd cut his hair so it spiked up every which way, giving his face a leaner, harder edge, and he seemed bulkier in the shoulders and arms. It made me wonder if the months in jail had forced the change, or if survival had. Maybe a little of both. God, I hated to think of him there. I stood quickly and cleared my throat to find my voice, but I didn't know what to say because he was here. With me.
It's Sam Cleary. You remember me from when we were kids?
Yeah? What are you doing here? Did Kay have something to do with this?
Kay wanted to help.
He lowered his voice conspiratorially.
I'm introducing myself like I should have when I first saw you in D.C. again. Just play along.
I shook my head, not at his request, but at this whole situation. He must have seen something on my face because he winced and dropped his gaze to the empty space between us. We stood there, quiet, and the unnaturalness of it all stomped on my insides with spiked heels. I shoved my feet forward, my hand outstretched, an invitation to hold me and never let me go, or for a simple handshake. Whatever worked. He glanced at it, then returned his eyes to me, a question in their depths he already knew the answer to. Slowly, he reached out and grazed his fingertips over my palm. The slide of his rough skin on mine powered a current right between my thighs. "Of course I remember you," I said, grasping his hand tight. "Samuel Rambo Cleary." A grin bloomed across his mouth while he studied our clasped hands. God, how I'd missed that dangerous, knee-buckling grin that made me want to be wicked with him.
No more secrets,
he said, his gaze returning to mine. No more secrets, I agreed. I stared at him, memorizing his new, sharper edges and committing them to memory while I stepped closer. His masculine leather and musk scent plumed outward, and I breathed all of him in. At least that part of him hadn't changed. Do you forgive me? His gaze settled on my mouth before he dragged it down my buttoned shirt to our clasped hands. Perv. Me, not him, because that familiar jolt pulsed through my blood whenever he looked at me like that. And to be honest, I'd miss that too.
Shouldn't I be asking you that? There's nothing to forgive you for.
I let myself believe you were the bad guy. I allowed my trust in you to just fly out the window the second the police showed up and read you your rights. I gave up on you within seconds. My voice broke, and I looked away from him. Even though I know you.
I should have told you everything from the beginning.
The books on both sides of us blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors behind fresh tears. You didn't even let me talk to you, I said, to let you know I loved you, still love you, and was thinking about you every second of the day.
I was trying to push you away from me and my fucked up family. It wasn't what I wanted, though. The past 6 months have been hell only because I didn't spend them with you.
When I couldn't say anything to that, he tucked a gentle finger under my chin and lifted so I would meet his gaze.
When I first saw you reading on our front porch all those years ago in D.C., you did something to my 8-year-old heart that day. Blinded it, maybe. You were the girl I'd love forever. Always have been. Nothing you or me could do would ever change that.
His words soaked inside me with a warmth that powered my soul. I kind of like that truth, I said. His lips tilted.
Good.
How about another truth? I met my daughter. Sophia, I blurted through a watery, likely maniacal grin.
Yeah?
She's absolutely perfect. Her parents can't keep up with her reading habits, and she gets this mischievous grin that lights up an entire room. He slid me a knowing smile.
Kind of like someone I know.
Her 7th birthday party is coming up if you would like to meet her. He looked at me with something that I could only describe as hope and happiness.
Yeah, of course.
I love you, Sam, I said, because that was the easiest truth. Then I stepped into his arms forever. As he held me tight, he sighed into my neck, a long one that sounded like he'd ended a tiring journey and finally arrived home.
I love you too. Chapter 33. Sam. We talked into the rest of the night, our backs to the bookshelves and junk food wrappers from the vending machine in a pile at our feet. We talked about Riley, Sophia, the future, how since I had a big red stain on my criminal record and couldn't do police work that maybe I could start my own private detective business like the dude from the Lisa Montgomery book Heist My Heart. Yeah. I'd been at the presentation to hear her, far enough from Paige so she wouldn't see me yet, and it was fucking awesome. Paige collected the trash and brushed stray crumbs off her tight black skirt as she stood.
There's one more thing we haven't talked about.
She held her hand out to help me up, and the slight V in her hot librarian button-up shirt dipped for a nice view. Jesus H., I'd missed her. Not just her body, hear that, Dick? But how we just clicked together so comfortably. I'd never spent almost the entire night talking to a woman about our future, but it felt exactly right. Everything felt right with her, especially her hand in mine when I grasped it and the immediate zing between our palms. I stood, close enough so the toes of my boots and her librarian heels touched. What's that? Her tongue skimmed the bottom of her teeth and her chest heaved.
We haven't talked about bacon.
I smoothed some hair behind her ear, then tracked my thumb down her jaw. Bacon?
Uh-huh.
She closed her eyes when my thumb found her lower lip and outlined its perfect shape.
I like having you around, so maybe we could talk about portion control.
No can do, I said, and replaced my thumb with a kiss on the corner of her mouth. I have no control.
Me neither,
she said with an evil grin. Then she wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me with her whole body, against each other, breathing hard, while the woman I loved looked at me as if I were home. Epilogue. Sam. The things I would do for the gorgeous woman standing next to me. In the days leading up to Sophia's birthday party, I had never seen anyone worry about the kind of wrapping paper an almost 7-year-old girl would like more than Paige. Wrapping paper. The kid was going to rip it up and never think about it again because of what Paige was about to give her. 2 tickets to an Adele concert and a signed collector's edition of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Paige had told me the story of how she'd come to collect such a treasure when she was just a girl, between the stretch of hours we spent making up for lost time. And man, there was a lot of time to make up for. I intended to never stop making up for it. That morning, Paige assured me her legs had turned to jelly, but it had taken very little prodding to ready her for round 2, and I'd worshipped her body, mind, and heart. Now high-pitched shrieks slowed our steps up the sidewalk. We stood outside a neat 2-story white house with a "Happy Birthday, Sophia" banner flapping in the breeze. The noise behind the closed door was nearing dog whistle volume. Did anyone over the age of 20 ever not live through a birthday party filled with screaming kids? I guessed I was about to find out. Paige rang the doorbell, an adorable wrinkle between her eyebrows, while she fiddled with one corner of the wrapped box. "Stop, Paige. It's fine," I told her.
It's not. It's a fiasco. Monkeys aren't sophisticated enough for my girl.
Monkeys are better than clowns. Memories of an elementary school buddy's birthday and the clown disaster at the party had given me nightmares for weeks. Trust me on this.
Was there a clown apocalypse or something?
Let's just say clowns shouldn't be allowed to hold a knife to cut the cake. It's not an image anyone needs to see. Paige laughed, a warm sound that flooded my chest every time I heard it. The door swung open, and a mini version of Paige peered out. I blinked, thinking the roaring shrieks behind her had ended my brain functions, and I was staring at Paige the first day I met her. They looked exactly alike, from their honey skin, their long brown hair, the devious look behind those big brown eyes. The little girl squealed and threw herself into Paige's arms.
Paige, come and see.
Between the noise inside and the mile-a-minute speed she spoke, I couldn't make out the rest of what she said. Paige squeezed the girl to her.
I will. But I want you to meet Sam,
she said, turning to me.
He's my boyfriend.
Boyfriend?
Sophia turned her gaze to me and grinned.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, Sophia. Happy birthday. That must have made me worthy enough to join her celebration because she took both our hands and swung them between her on the way inside. Behind her, a woman with dark skin and short hair, who looked completely frazzled, took one look at Paige, then sagged against the doorframe.
Help me,
she begged. Paige glanced at me, her warm smile racing my heartbeat almost enough to drown out the noise. Her wrapping paper fiasco seemed to be forgotten as she bravely stepped inside. Death by 7-year-olds. Not how I imagined I'd go out. But for Paige, it was worth the risk.